Out of all the worlds I could have gotten, it just had to be this one. As if there weren't a plethora of Naruto inserts already. Oh well, at least I rolled a decent ability to accompany me in this cruel world. OC insert with the 10 shadows technique, slow burn fic. Hello everyone, Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in Naruto with the 10 shadows technique, part 1. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it.
Hey, this is intended for readers who are unfamiliar with the 10 shadows technique, which plays a major integral part in the fic. I am one of those people who, when he reads a power inserted into a familiar verse, like the Naruto verse, wouldn't read it if I didn't really like the power or find it interesting. I am very picky. So this is for you, my fellow picky readers. Hope this helps. The 10 shadows technique in the Naruto verse, a short and basic summary. The 10 shadows technique is a technique that uses shadows as an intermediary to summon up to 10 varying shikigami of different powers, shapes, sizes, etc. Shikigami, in the Naruto world, would be translated into chakra constructs or creatures, similar to the tailed beasts in their biology, so to speak. When someone inherits the technique, he is given the first set of shikigami, a pair of twin wolves called the divine dogs, to assist the user in his endeavors. What about the other 9 shikigami? Well, the user needs to put in the work to get them. He has to defeat the intended shikigami in mortal combat through an exorcism ritual without any external help. Once that's done, he has a tamed and brand new shikigami to use. Another thing to note is the shikigami that are slain, destroyed, will never return. However, their power is inherited by the rest of the tamed shikigami the user has. Make of it what you will. An example of the abilities of a couple of the shikigami. In addition to differing physical capabilities, divine dogs, chakra detection and strong sense of smell. New, flight, electricity Mahoriga, the ability to adapt to any and all phenomena. This one's ridiculous. And more. The last aspect of the 10 shadows technique is the ability to manipulate shadows to a degree. The ability to move across shadows, into shadows to hide, and store items inside shadows. That's about it. Lastly, the shikigami can get stronger depending on the proficiency of the user with the technique. Won't be elaborating on that, but you get the point. Summary end. Story start. You know, I take great pride in my forgetfulness. Why? Well, the less you know, the fewer reasons you have to stress about life and the likely useless knowledge you've accumulated in the grand scheme of the universe. Speaking of the grand scheme of the universe, right now, I am panicking and cursing my usual forgetfulness for what seems to be the first time in my life. I seem to have found myself in an empty and soulless white room that seems to stretch infinitely. Of course, I have absolutely no idea how I just got here. My brain, usually despite its aforementioned poor memory, actually remembers critical data. And this seems bloody critical. How could I forget about getting here? That's because it's purposeful. I heard a cheery and gleeful tone of voice coming from behind me. Turning, I am met with a small and majestic dragon. I meet its amethyst eyes with my own as I feel a terrible chill go down my spine. Why, thank you. It responds with the same cheery tone. Okay. So it's like this. Lowering my head, I use the available information to form a couple of obvious conclusions. First, I am in a white room, with absolutely no memory of how I got here. Second, there is a dragon here. Third, it can talk and read my mind. Fourth, there is a dragon here. Fifth, whoa, calm down, boy. Could you keep an open mind for a second for me? The dragon states placatingly. I raise my head to meet the creature's eyes as I shakingly respond to the clear anomaly in front of me. Sure, open mind. Yeah, I'll obey the dragon in front of me. Sounds like a great idea. Couldn't help but let a little bit of my humor leak in that one statement. Let's hope it won't be getting me killed. Oh, don't worry. That won't be necessary. After all, you're already dead. Also, forgot I can read your mind, kid. The dragon stated with a tone as if he were talking about the weather, in complete contrast to the literal bombshell he just dropped. What? No, No, no. This is just an elaborate prank. You're just a high-quality animatronic or something. That's it. Ha ha ha. Nope. I can prove it. Take a look at yourself now. The dragon stated as it pointed at me with its claw. I do as instructed only to see. AHH. I let out a guttural scream at noticing nothing below my head. Nothing. My entire body. Gone. Unfeeling. Do you believe me now? It states gently, putting the nail in the coffin of my denial. As he completes his sentence, my body magically reappears. Clear evidence of the reality-breaking powers at work. Slam. I drop to the ground at the life-shattering realization. Gulp. I can't help but gulp, as memories of my life flash before my eyes at that one absurd sentence. Memories, regrets, and much, much more. My parents, my brother, and my sister didn't get the chance to convey I loved them. My friends. We wanted to travel the world together, didn't we? My school life. God, I only had 1 year left to finish high school. A taste of real life outside of school. Now permanently out of my grasp. Drop. Drop. I can't help but cry in silence, accompanied by nothing but a creature of legend and a white, soulless void of a room. After what felt like an eternity of despair sourcing from a carousel of my memories and regrets, I collected myself. After all, emotion positive or negative, is only temporary. Inhale. Exhale. So I'm dead. I take it you're God? Never expected you to be a dragon. Usually in all those isekai stories and fanfictions, he's without a body, or he's just an old man. You jumped back to your feet rather quickly, didn't you? Impressive, kid. They usually cry or break down for about a week. You were at it for only 8 hours. The dragon, impressed, sported a shit-eating grin that caused me deep irritation for some unknown reason, plastered onto the creature's face. I shrug, sigh. I've mourned, but there is nothing I can do about it. I just hope they'll be fine without me and aren't too troubled by it. They know it's what I would have wanted. Good attitude. I approve. And to answer your question, I'm not God. I'm only a stand-in for now. The god of reincarnation has got some business elsewhere, and I do owe him a favor, so here I am, doing his job. Temporarily. The dragon praises me as he points at himself proudly, or is it arrogantly? God of reincarnation. I was only joking, but I'm really getting eyes-cade. Correct. The dragon responds to my thoughts, tactlessly reading them. I stand up on my feet and glare weakly at the dragon. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop reading my thoughts, not like I can force you to do so, but still. Sigh. Let's just get this over with. Eager are we, Tilda? Well, here's how this song and dance goes. Since you've been a solid chap in your life, and dying so young as well, you get a second chance in life. Aren't you excited? The dragon announces enthusiastically, spreading his scaly arms wide. Yay! I respond with a contrasting amount of enthusiasm. For now, it doesn't seem to be any different from all the other reincarnation scenarios I've seen and read about, barring my gracious host. I shouldn't be too excited at this. My second life could be hell depending on how this goes. Also, did he just throw a wink at me? Alright, Tilda. So, see this wheel that just appeared in front of you. He states as a wheel that is divided into a lot of words and options appears in front of me. Let me guess. I spin the wheel and whatever world or setting gets chosen, I reincarnate into. Correct. Wow, you're on a roll. But it's a little bit more detailed than that. It's a special wheel. Dependent on your knowledge. The dragon hums as he proceeds to compliment me on the obvious deduction. Is he just messing around with me? Okay. Continue. I respond with hesitance at the dragon's weird and rather creepy cheery attitude. I shouldn't be over-optimistic. He could be setting me up for failure or for eternal suffering. Not that I can do anything about it. So, the world's options on this wheel are only worlds you are vaguely up to completely familiar with. For example, the One Piece world. You have only watched 50 episodes of. It'd be a shame if that were chosen, seeing as you lack complete knowledge that would be critically helpful in your endeavors for that world. He explains. Damn, it seems my bad habit of partially completing shows has come back to bite me. Who would have thought? Just my luck, really. So, Dragon, sir, do I get an advantage? Cheat? Wish? Before I reincarnate? I ask the critical question, failing to hide the elusive hope in my voice. Please give me a wish, please give me a wish, please give me a wish is responding. There's a wheel for that too. Also, my name's Merlin. Curses. Another RNG-based life-altering thing. As if this wheel wasn't enough. Alright, you wanted to get this over with, didn't you? Go ahead and spin it. The dragon states impatiently. Where has all his previous patience at my breakdown gone? Okay, I'm doing it. I walk up towards the wheel. It's ginormous, to say the least, with an announcement board at the bottom of it to showcase the literal world I'm going to reincarnate into. The wheel fittingly and creatively titled the Wheel of Reincarnation. Inhale. Exhale. For the love of God or Merlin. Please. A good world. Having said my prayers to God and the reincarnation dragon, I spin the wheel. Whir. 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 It spins for what seems like an eternity, and then eventually it stops at something. Ding. A sound comes from the announcement board. I take a look at it and... Congratulations. You will be reincarnating into the Narutoverse. Good luck and happy living. Crash. Did you hear that crashing? No, it was not me crashing onto my knees in despair. No, not at all. That was the sound of my hopes and dreams crashing and dying a horrible, gruesome death. Probably just like I did, but I'd rather not ask how I died. I turn my head to meet the grinning dragon's face with a cracked smile. Why, you know, it could have been worse. Ha ha. Ha. I state more to convince myself than the grinning dragon. Are you okay? The dragon transitions his grin into a worried expression. I'm almost touched. See, can we just get to the second wheel and get this over with? I ask, pain and suffering lacing every word in my sentence. Right away. He says as he snaps his fingers, and the former will get replaced with another, this time titled Power Wheel. Other than that and its content, it isn't any different looking than its former counterpart. Say, Merlin, would praying to you increase my chances of getting a decent power? I dare to ask, well, if I had made the rules, then absolutely. Hell, you'd get the cream of the crop. The creme de la creme. Unfortunately, I don't. So you can try, but it won't be helping you much. Sorry, kid, the dragon states apologetically. Darn it. Alright, I'll just spin it and pray regardless. Inhale. Exhale. Let's go. I breathe out as I spin the wheel. Whir. 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 And it stops. Please, something good for hell's sake. I can't be going to the Naruto world with the ability to shit out bubbles or something. Ding. A sound comes from the announcement board. I take a nervous look at it and... Congratulations. The power you will be reincarnating with is... the 10 Shadows Technique. Origin Universe. Jujutsu Kaisen. Words, sentences, paragraphs, and even essays cannot describe the pure sense of joy and relief that is coursing through my body at this moment. I needed this to work. I just had to. The Naruto world is dangerous, no doubt about it, and a half-assed power wouldn't allow me to survive the top tier of dangers there. I know myself very well, and unless I was born with some kind of innate talent like being the literal ninja messiah or something along those lines, I'd probably reach borderline Jonin. If I'm lucky. And that's in addition to my knowledge of the canon. I have no basis for this, but this is just an optimistic evaluation. However, this can work. It's not the most absurd of the abilities that were on that wheel I've managed to spot. But it certainly has potential. And what that translates to is, I can survive in that world. Hell, I could thrive in it. A world where might makes right. And for now, that's all that matters. But how would this ability work anyway? Chakra and cursed energy are completely different power systems. Will I have cursed energy? And if so, then will it valid questions? I'll explain it shortly. The power you gain will adjust itself in accordance with the world you reincarnate into. So, if it costs cursed energy for you to use your ability, in the world of Naruto it'll cost chakra. In a world with mana, it'll cost mana. However, were you to go to a world without supernatural abilities, you'd roll a reality-bending breaking ability like you just rolled. You'd be compensated with talent equating to its value. But that isn't something you should be worrying about. You got the Naruto world after all. Haha. The dragon answers my thoughts, rudely interrupting them as well as ignoring my previous request. I see. Thanks for the explanation. Is there anything else I should know? Or can I get to the actual reincarnating part? Oh, yeah. There's one more wheel you need to spin. The dragon announces in excitement as my eyes widen at his words. Pardon. Yes. The knowledge wheel. He ignores my confusion as he continues with greater enthusiasm. A new wheel silently replaces the previous one, only this time. Containing numbers and percentages? What is this? The bewilderment can be easily seen on my face. This is the knowledge wheel. Its result pertains to how much knowledge related to the world you're traveling into you get to keep. That's a new one. I grimace. Indeed. He agrees, as his irritating tone just fuels my desire further to get out of here as soon as possible. So if I get 10%, that means 90% of my knowledge related to the Naruto world is erased. I ask, trying to confirm my understanding of the effects of this wheel. You're not wrong. But what you failed to question is how this affects chronological knowledge. Cause and effect are dependent on each other in memories. As such, they are erased together, not individually. So if you remember an event that happened, you will also remember how it occurred. The opposite is also true. If you forget an event happened, you'll forget how it occurred. You get all that? The dragon responds and elaborates in regard to my question. Great. Now there's a chance I won't be having any future knowledge or training hacks to use in the Naruto world. Yay. I still have my otherworldly knowledge, but still. A pain. Fine. I'm spinning it. This is the final wheel, correct? Or are there any other penalties I should know about that you failed to inform me of? I question in irritation with a frown on my face. Nah, kid, that's all. After you spin this and get your result, you'll be reincarnated promptly. Merlin shakes his head at my hesitance and gestures to me to get on with it. Humph, I grunt at him and move towards the wheel to spin my third and final life-altering spin. Inhale. Exhale. Let's go. One final time. Let's end it on a good note, shall we? I breathe out as I spin the wheel. Honestly, I'm fine with whatever at this point. I got an amazing ability, all things considered. I'll be fine. Whir. It stops. Ding. A sound comes from the announcement board. I take a hopeful and slightly nervous look at it and... Congratulations. The retained knowledge of your destination will be 30%. Good luck and happy living. Damn. Oh well, it could have been worse. I announce aloud in an attempt to fool myself into not feeling disappointed, for what seems like the 1000th time today. Well, that's that. It's been a pleasure to host you. You can leave by that door over there to start your second life. Exciting. The dragon announces with a clap of his paws, proceeding to point with his claw at a glowing door that appeared behind him. I nod silently as I take purposeful and heavy steps toward the door. Step. 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 Finally arriving with my hand on the doorknob, I turn my head to stare at Merlin, who merely raises his scaly eyebrow in what seems to be curiosity at my pause. Out of morbid curiosity, what would you do if I were to just stay here and not leave? An amused smile appears on his scaly face as he responds in a completely non-threatening way. Well, I'd have to remove you from here. Gently, of course. Ha ha. Oh, okay. Message received. I'll be going. Thanks for the second chance. I thank Merlin in confusion. Why am I confused? It's alright. Most people who get a second fresh start at life following an abrupt death react this way. It's fine for you to be unsure whether this is a good or a bad thing. Just roll with it. Life's a gift, you know. Merlin states with actual wisdom, a sympathetic tone, and expression on his face. Yeah, you might be right. I whisper to myself as I push the door open. Creak. Sigh. Anxiety and uncertainty mixed with wonder and anticipation go through my body as I sigh to calm myself down, deciding to translate my chaotic thoughts into words. Out of all the worlds I could have gotten, it just had to be this one. As if there weren't a plethora of Naruto inserts already. Oh well, at least I rolled a decent ability to accompany me in this cruel world. I announced to myself to summarize my thoughts and to psyche myself up for what is about to come. I take a brave step forward as light engulfs my entire body and I lose consciousness. Usually, most fanfics and isekais downplay the whole fetus part of reincarnation, so I was honestly and incredibly unprepared to be faced with 9 months of absolutely nothing. Well, I should start from the beginning. Continuing on from me being engulfed by the light from that door of reincarnation or whatever that object beyond mortal comprehension is. I find myself in complete darkness. That's right. Complete darkness. Absolutely no clue as to where, what, and how I am. Now, were I not to know that I've been allegedly reincarnated, I'd have probably gone insane by now. My only clues are my assumptions as to just why exactly I'm like this. I see nothing, I feel nothing, and so on. Could it be because I'm a fetus, lacking any formulated and functioning organs and nerves, that I lack the much-needed and coveted access to the basic 5 senses? A plausible conclusion. And yet, why can I formulate thought in that case? I, after all, function at 100% of my late teens brain. As a fetus. Could this be evidence of the existence of the soul? Although it is stupid of me to doubt its existence when I've just been reincarnated. But definitive proof as to my situation and a confirmation of my theories came after an agonizing amount of time of just me, silence, philosophical debates, and other pointless thoughts that were merely there to keep me sane. The proof. Ba-dump. 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 A sense of feeling and a sense of hearing were suddenly felt all at once. Why did they both form at once? I have no clue. I am no doctor. But what I am right now is a happy fetus. Because this just confirmed my initial assumption. That heartbeat was my alleged mother's. I can hear, but that was a sense I only recently reacquired, as well as feeling. All in all, I'm a bloody fetus. Probably. Cool. Now what? Honestly didn't think this through. I was much too fixated on the whole uncertainty of whether my reincarnation was actually going to happen or if I got tricked into going into eternal emptiness by that grinning dragon. I am usually a skeptical and untrusting person. And that dragon triggered every instinct in my body to avoid his words or advice. Of course, I had no way of refuting or denying his intentions. But he probably knew that already. I should just be glad that this has gone as anticipated thus far. Now, confirmation of my reincarnated status aside, I should get to planning. What do I remember of the Naruto world? Damn. Not good. Do you know that nagging feeling of having seen something, but you just can't remember it? The frustrating feeling you get as you try hard to recall the memory, as it fails and slips away from your grasp. It seems I only remember up to the Naruto vs. Sasuke fight in the Valley of the End. Ominously named place, I know. As Sasuke skedaddles to Orochimaru to get stronger, and Naruto leaves the village to train with Jiraiya. I know there is a continuation. Its name is on the tip of my tongue, but I can't utter it, can't remember it. Key information is completely lacking. How does the series end? Do I have any clues that lead me to a plausible ending? Does Naruto save Sasuke from Orochimaru's grasp and defeat him? Is Orochimaru even the final threat? That 30% isn't good. I try to recall key information or hints through roundabout methods in my memories, like a Naruto figurine, merch, YouTube videos, etc. But every time I remember something or stumble upon a revelation, it is black, erased, censored, in such a way that it makes sense as to how I acted during that time back in my previous life. That's some powerful memory eraser, all right. No gaps or holes to abuse. Damn it all. Fine, I'll make do with what I already know. Naruto is the main character of the story. Most likely vital to the world and a key to solving whatever conflicts are to come. He has the nine-tailed fox spirit sealed inside of him. Other than that, the main events are as follows. Naruto takes the Genin exam and fails it. But by following that Mizuki guy's orders, he steals a scroll and learns a powerful clone jutsu. After that, he becomes a Genin, forming a team with Sakura and Sasuke, with Kakashi as their squad leader and teacher. Wave Arc, Chunin exams, Sand Sound invasion, Tsunade Arc, Sasuke retrieval arc, Time skip arc. This isn't much, to be frank with you. This is not even a year's worth of events. You know, as much as this is incredibly bad and could end with me dying young once again, the lack of knowledge does give me a semblance of freedom in my actions. Doesn't it? No need to worry too much about keeping in line with canon, just so I can puppeteer the events to my liking. I can't do that with incomplete knowledge. I'm not that smart, unfortunately. Anyways, such grandiose endeavors don't usually work out in the real world. Unless your name is Aizen Sasuke. Needless to say, I've decided, for the remainder of my time in this torturous state of being, to simply repeat important events, knowledge, and details like a mantra, as I lack the tools to write down my memories. Again, I'm a fetus. I'm not pulling out a magic pen and paper here. I'm forgetful. Remember? Desperate times call for desperate measures after all. 4 months later. Hey, it's me again. I know talking to myself isn't the most sane of acts, but you really can't blame me. Anyways, I can move, sort of. I feel that weird cord attached to me, feeding me something. Gotta say, strangest sensation ever. Ahem, back to the movement part. I just hope I didn't piss off my new mother with all the movement and kicking I've been doing. As a side note, I've begun to hear muffled sounds from outside every now and then that seem to be like talking. From what I've managed to pick out, it's Japanese. I don't know Japanese. These things usually come with a built-in translator. No? But hey, it's another, rather lacking piece of evidence of me being reincarnated in the correct destination. Although I wouldn't mind it still being modern-day Japan. Superpowered ninjas are definitely in the top 10 things I would have definitely wanted to avoid. Back to my agonizing and cripplingly boring silence. And loneliness. Wonder how my family is doing right now? Stop. That's just a depressing thought process to take. Crying would likely not be comfortable in my current state of being. If possible. Oh, but I'll definitely be doing that once I'm out of here. Whether it's from joy at me being freed from a dark prison, or despair at where I am and what I've lost. Yes, an empty, dark, and confined area does not do wonders to the mind of a recently dead person. As much as I would have wanted to say I've coped enough back in the White Room, it barely scratched the surface, a facade really. Coping alone is hard. Huh? You can't lie to yourself in your heart of hearts. 2 months later. Now, I've grown incredibly big, in fetus terms, and I feel it is time to be let loose. Time to upgrade to baby status. Dramatics out of the way. Yes. Finally. I'm about to be born. Again. In hindsight, this is rather disturbing and disgusting, and were I to recall this period of my life in the future, I'd probably be disturbed and disgusted at my weird composure here. But I just want to get out of here for the love of God. I began to push hard. At my pushing, I could hear the heartbeat of my mother grow, as she herself knew it was time, my kicking and pushing cueing the beginning of my birth. Muffled talking. No, miss, I do not have a clue as to what you are saying. But it'd be lovely if you got me out of here. A couple of hours later. I hear a lot of muffled talking and movement outside. I'd wager we're at a hospital or its equivalent, judging by the number of people I hear speaking. Muffled talking. For the love of God, please let it be a safe delivery. I can't really bear the guilt of something happening to this innocent woman as a result of my paranormal existence. A moment passes and then I feel light shining on me. An opening. I move, but my eyes are not fully functional, unfortunately. Thus, I rely on my other senses to detect the source of the light and move toward it. Damn, I feel like I'm being crushed. This is a narrow passage indeed. That's a creepy thought. I'll chastise myself for later. Focus on the escape. As I push through, combined with the effort from my mother, who is only barely grunting at what must be unimaginable pain, a sense of admiration passes through me for a moment at the brave woman's endurance. Nevertheless, I pass through the now unmuffled sounds of people talking in a foreign language, the sense of air on my body, and light. Ah, freedom is bliss. Now, on to more important matters. War. 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 I, in a storm of contradicting emotions, break out into a cry, not having to wear the facade of a baby at the moment like most reincarnated individuals. As I am held gently and lovingly by my new mother, that warmth cannot be mistaken. A small sense of peace coats me as my crying slowly crawls to a genuine stop. 2 months post-birth. A warm room, furnished to the brim with a wide array of decorations, clan emblems, and so on. A double bed is at the center of the room. But the most important piece of furniture is the baby pen currently holding me. Hello again. It's me, Akira Noro. You might be wondering how I'm doing. Oh? You're curious about my name? Generic, isn't it? I agree. Well, I'm not too sure myself whether that is my name. Still trying to learn the language, you see. Then again, that's what my new mother called me and repeated lovingly as she stared into my eyes warmly with her onyx pair of eyes. What a strange color. Anyways, how am I doing? Well, besides the complete loss of my dignity at the involuntary pissing, uncontrollable bladder, and endless shitting. Absolutely fan-freaking-tastic. I'm sure you've noticed I use humor to cope. Ha ha. Did I mention the breastfeeding? Dear God, how degrading. On to the status report. Firstly, as you can see, I seem to share the same surname as Shikamaru. I have yet to know just how closely related I am to him. My new father doesn't seem to ring any bells in the looks department. What that means in essence is I'm in the same clan as him. I think. Memories are a bit foggy if you know what I mean. Nevertheless, the proper conclusion is, I'm in Konoha. How convenient of me to be reborn in a shadow-based clan with a shadow-related power. Thoughts for later. I believe going down the rabbit hole regarding the intricacies of my reincarnation isn't a wise decision. I'll roll with it for now. Secondly, I've been reborn into a completely normal and loving family. That's something to celebrate for sure. Thirdly, I have absolutely no darn idea where I am in the timeline. Not that I have any point of reference due to my memory problem. Then again, the Hokage faces should be a good indicator. Naruto's timeline should be around 4 in total. I just have to confirm it. But if it isn't 4, and it's like 5, 6, 3, or even 1 face, I'd be completely in the dark here. A prayer for greater luck to the reincarnation dragon it is. Fourthly, this is pretty darn boring. Sleep does help, I admit, but I have yet to get the chance to see the outside of this home. Nor the chance to crawl. God, how I miss walking. What I've managed to do in my exceedingly long time of doing absolutely nothing during these last 2 months is try to test my allegedly gifted powers. And the result? Empty. Nothing. That might be an age thing. Although it was a bit stupid of me in hindsight to try and tap into a partially unknown power even before I could bloody crawl. I resolved to stop any later attempt to conjure up the 10 shadows following that obvious conclusion. Despite the lore of having supernatural abilities. I mean, come on. Who wouldn't want to test that ASAP? On a positive note though, I can sense my own chakra. A strange sensation to be sure. That's about it. Yup. I can feel a circulation of eerie energy in my body if I concentrate hard enough. But that's about it. Following my conclusion on not trying to use any powers in my current powerless position, I smartly decide to refrain from experimenting now. At least until I gain proper instruction. No need to explode my limbs accidentally. I've read enough manga to know what some powers can do. All that, in addition to not letting my new parents think their child is possessed. I've been doing a pretty decent act so far. I wouldn't want it to be ruined now. And with that comes my other problem. My new parents. They're fantastic. And I'm grateful to have them. Truly. Loving and caring. And they play with me on occasion. But I just can't see them as my parents. Or that could be just my guilt at stealing the body of their child. I try to convince myself that I didn't, and perhaps this child would have died were I not to take over, like most isekai use as an excuse. But at the end of the day, it only provides temporary solace. I should have asked the Reincarnation dragon whether that was the case or not. I was stupid for not taking my time there to deal with any loose concerns. Oh, the consequences of my actions. Sigh. Sounds like another issue I'll be repressing for a while before it explodes and bites me later on. 5 months post-birth. A husband and wife duo, in the living room of their house, watching excitedly as a baby attempts to crawl. The wife, at least. The husband seems to have a calmer demeanor overall. The husband, a slightly tanned and coal-colored haired individual with emerald green eyes, is sitting on the living room sofa with his arms crossed and a peaceful and calm smile on his face as he observes the baby's crawl attempt. The wife, a pearly white-skinned young lady, with onyx eyes and brown, almost black hair cascading down her back, currently standing in front of the baby as she looks at him in excitement and expectancy. Akira, you can do it. My mother, also named Hikari Noro, spread her arms wide as she cheered me on excitedly. That's right. It's me. I'm trying. Woman. Don't rush me. By the by, I've learned the language. Can I get a hooray for baby brain power? Or might it be the weird supernatural energy flowing through me that allows for such a swift learning experience? No idea. Don't rush the boy, dear. My father, Aaron Noro, chastised gently. That's right. Listen to your husband. He's got his stuff together. All right. Arm in front, then leg, repeat. I do the motion once to confirm its success. Trust me, this is harder than it looks. Repeat, repeat. I'm moving. Barely. But I'm moving. Wow. Clap. 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 Hikari claps her hands as I manage to reach her legs in my crawl. That must have been like 4 feet. Not bad for the first time. Grab. My body is picked up by my mother. Smooch. My cheek gets violated. It had a hefty amount of spit as well. Now what's with that gloomy face, Akira? You don't love mommy. My mother exclaimed as she held me in the air in front of her, her face twisted into a hurt expression. I would if you had some decency. Of course, I lack the capacity to talk. Though my face might have conveyed the message, judging by her now slightly annoyed look. Sigh. You're the strangest and most expressive baby I've ever seen or heard of, Akira. I just don't know how to deal with you. You never cry. And when you do, it's the strangest, creepiest sound I've ever heard. I don't understand. Hikari lets out her hidden frustrations and worries as she lets me down back on the ground. A frustrated and pained frown was firmly on her face. What's with the mood swing? I thought I was acting fine. As you can see, the moment her sudden, unannounced outburst arrived, so did my internal panic and anxiety skyrocket. Calm down, dear. You know there's been a stranger. He might just be a smart kid. I'm almost certain Lord Minato was more of a child anomaly back in his childhood. Aaron expressed gently as he got up from the sofa to comfort his wife with a hug. Oh, dear God. Thank you. Dad, chill energy for the win. Only at 5 months old. Hikari narrowed her eyes at her husband in challenge as they separated from the hug. I wouldn't be surprised if that blonde monster could speak coherent sentences at 3 months. He grinned back. I sure hope the outcome of this conversation doesn't end up with me in an orphanage. Wow, and here I thought I was doing fine. Sigh. Hikari sighs. You might be right. She shakes her head as she turns to look at my now sad expression, meeting my eyes with a tired and sad smile. Shake. She shakes her head as she exchanges her expression for a more heartwarming one, as far as I can tell. Though to be honest, she was hiding. All that? I didn't know. Let's go out for a stroll, Akira. I know you've been eyeing it for a long time. You want to go outside, don't you? She announces as she moves to pick me up and place me in a newly purchased baby walker at the chance of being offered something I longed for a very long time. I dismiss my worries and current mood in favor of the excitement that's bubbling up in me. Exaggerated much? You try to be a baby as a perfectly conscious teen adult. I'd like to see you try it. Anyways. Gah. I respond in an odd mix of excitement and hesitance as I am laid down into the baby walker. Finally, I get to see the outside. After 5 months. At that, my mother and father exchange a warm look between them. A message seems to have been conveyed without a word. To my dismay, I sure hope whatever they were trying to convey there is unrelated to my alleged disownment. Please. You need me for this. My father questioned my mother with a teasing smile. Need you for what? Throwing me out like the waste of space I am. HMPH. No, I'll be fine. Thanks. My mother snorts in response as she grabs the baby walker and heads out the door with me. Short time skip. Anxiety at the chance of me being disowned and thrown to the wolves aside. The sight is simply exotic. It seems to be around evening time, as the sun is radiating an orange hue, coloring the sky orange. That and its position, but we digress. As I am pushed along by my mother at a steady pace, I am met with the village hidden in the leaves, also known as Konoha. I have no bird's eye view to truly feel the scale of this place. The architecture and bustling amount of people are a nice change of pace. A breath of fresh air, literally. Compared to the air quality in first world countries I've been to, there is just no comparison. Merely breathing here is bliss. Quite the convenient facade for a world full of bloodthirsty mercenaries and ninjas, right? Nevertheless, I am overwhelmed by a feeling of excitement, adventure, and perhaps hope. In my relaxation and process of taking in the sights, I notice we arrive at some gates leading to a forested area. A park perhaps. Solitary woods where babies can be abandoned without consequences. I hope the former is correct. There is a lone guard, wearing the signature Konoha headband, along with our clan symbol of the Noro clan. He greets my mother like an old acquaintance. Ah, Hikari. Going to the usual spot, I see. Oh, is that your son? He looks so much like you. He greets her with a small smile. How would he know? I'm a 5-month-old baby. That's a bit soon to form any conclusive resemblances, honestly. He's just probably making pointless conversation. Kanto, good evening to you. Yes, this is my son. I'm taking him on his first stroll. Hikari reciprocates the greeting with her own small smile. Well, you know you have free reign in here. Lord Shikaku's cousin is always welcome here. He states simply as he gestures for my mother to go in. Okay, so Shikaku and consequently Shikamaru are rather close relatives. Good to know, good to know. On that note, I have yet to confirm my age in relation to the latter. Thank you. She nods and pushes me along into the forested area. We follow a paved path laid with rocks toward some destination. Short time skip. As we follow the established route of the paved path. And I wonder at the sights of trees, and more trees. Did I mention trees? It might sound boring, which it is. But it's definitely relaxing. It beats the prison called a womb and that white room any day of the year. My mother comes to a sudden stop. Alright, we'll be taking a different route right now. Okay, Akira? I'll have to lift you so we can reach it without trouble. My mother states with a gentle and sad tone. Smile as she, in an impressive feat of strength, lifts the baby walker with me in it with one arm as she walks uphill towards a cliff that has a lone tree. Definitely not ominous. Short time skip, we're here. She announces with a small smile as she gently lays me and the baby walker down on the ground near the tree. I take a good look over the cliff and what I see leaves me in awe. What seems to be the entire village is in my direct view, with the Hokage monument in an angled view in front of me. It seems we're to the left of it. I didn't really notice. I slap myself out of my dumbstruck and focus on confirming the timeline. I begin to count the number of faces I see on that impressive mountain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Good. It's around the Naruto timeline. Still doesn't tell me much. He could be 13 already while I'm still a blubbering, pissing mess. In all honesty, this isn't that big of a revelation. This barely confirms anything. In fact, Akira, my mother calls out my name simply as she sits down and reclines into the tree. I turn my little head to stare at her. You know, this is my favorite spot. I used to go here all the time as a little girl and young kunoichi. she states with a nostalgic smile as the sun begins to set, setting up quite the melancholic atmosphere. She talks as she stares at the sunset. Mother dearest, I am a baby. I do not believe I am supposed to comprehend what you are saying. Despite this, I'll indulge you by actually listening. It's a place of comfort for me when things are too confusing, too hard. It's the place I go when I want to catch my breath, to relax, to forget the troubles of the world, the troubles of a mother. She tells me, ha ha, ridiculous, isn't it? Here I am talking with my baby son as if he can hear me and understand me. If others were to see me, they'd call me insane. She laughs weakly. Akira, I've been a bad mother. I thought you were some monster. All my friends told me about their children. I saw their children and I couldn't understand what was wrong with you. I didn't want to consult anyone about you. Aaron and the others who saw you were completely fine with your behavior. Only I was bothered by it. It's insane. Could they not see that you were definitely not right? Hikari began confessing her thoughts regarding Akira. Did I do all this to this poor woman? Am I responsible for her anguish? I felt a large pit in my stomach forming as my mother confessed her real emotions. At first, when you were born, I loved you with all my heart. I could feel it. But as I observed and learned more about you, the oddities in your behavior, that love quickly began to die out in my fear and suspicion. I knew that was wrong, in my heart. To fool you and Aaron, I wore a mask to convey false love. Hikari continued her confession with a lowered head, sadness, and guilt expressed in every word of her sentence. Sigh. She releases a sigh as she completes her confession. And only an uncomfortable and suffocating silence encompasses my body. Am I that bad? Mother. No, this woman does not deserve this. My thoughts began to take a dark turn at her confession. The emotions of guilt that were suppressed at stealing her child's body crashed down upon me like a thunderbolt. Enough. If I were able to return her child, I would have done so. Stop. This line of thought helps no one. I slap myself up for even slightly sinking down that dark line of thought, as the silence and the uncomfortable atmosphere were just about to choke me completely. My mother's voice cuts through it like a knife through butter. But I've thought about it. It was selfish of me to expect you to be just like everyone else. Like all the babies and kids your age. Perhaps you're a genius. Maybe you are odd. From now on, it doesn't matter to me what you are and how you act. Just the fact that you're my son is enough. It has to be enough. I believe. That way, I can grow to love you once again. Accept you for who you are. My son, Akira Noro. She confesses one last time rather tearfully, as she meets my wide eyes with her own, lifting her head during the last confession. Ha ha. I'll be sure to tell you this when you're older, old enough to understand what I mean. Wah. 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 6 months and 1 day post-birth. It's currently evening, about to transition to nighttime. Or so my internal clock estimates. I am a bit far from the window. If I stand up, I might be able to look at it. However, I'm currently lying down rather comfortably, I should say, and I sure as hell am not going through the endeavor of trying to stand up to take a look at the window. As you can tell, I'm currently located in my home base, the baby pen. On to the Akira baby status report. So, it's been exactly half a year since my rebirth. April 9th is my birthday, if you were curious. We were just done celebrating my half-year birthday. Why is the celebration a day late? Well, Dad was busy taking care of a few fawns that were rescued from the outskirts of the Land of Fire. Or far away in dumber terms. Yes, my dad works at the Norodeer nursery. That's where my parents met, by the way. They like to babble about it on and on to each other. It gets annoying sometimes, I admit. By the by, a recognizable face did appear. Shikaku arrived to congratulate me on a happy birthday. He looks considerably younger than I remembered him. So that gives me some hope. But what really cemented it and confirmed my timeline officially was the fact that his wife was missing from the celebration because her son was recently born. Translation. Shikamaru's a little younger than me. Other than that, Shikaku's a pretty chill dude, gave me a deer plushie, and left me to play with it alone. He is known to be lazy. isn't he? In retaliation, I took out the deer's eyes in front of him just to spite him. The bewildered look he had was worth the trouble. He didn't stay for long though. He said something about having to stand in for the Hokage as he was busy with something. None of my business anyways. All in all, it's terribly convenient for me to have been born in the exact same generation as the Naruto gang. But that might be a bad thing as well. I'll get to contemplating that information later. On the topic of half-year birthday celebration. It's an odd custom, to be sure. Back on Earth, once a year was sufficient. Or is it something you exclusively have when you're a baby here? Weird thoughts aside, I've been doing much, much better. My crawling has improved, for one. The month following what I'd consider a turning point in both my and my mother's relationship took place. Genuinely improved the atmosphere at home. Even my aloof dad seemed to notice it as well. Mother's loving smiles are much more genuine these days. More than usual. It's impressive how immaculate her act was. Makes me feel inferior in regard to my own failed acting. Truthfully, back then I couldn't find myself to blame her, not one bit. She was right. I am an anomaly. What astounds me is that she managed to accept that fact and still decide to try and treat me with love. And that right there is what made me see her as a genuine person and accept her as my mother. I have a confession to make. As you may have noticed, it's been hard for me to see my parents as literal people, besides the whole parenting thing. I know this world as a fictional story. I promised myself back on Earth when I watched all those isekai anime or fanfiction that were I to find myself in the position of reincarnated, I'd treat the people in that fictional world as genuine individuals, with their own thoughts, emotions, dreams, and so on. Easier said than done. I repeat this in my head over and over. But I, in what appears to be arrogance, see myself as above them. For the sole reason of being reincarnated in an allegedly fictional world. It's this sort of annoying bias. It seems almost automatic, instinctual. Not in a selfish way, but in a genuine, unbridled arrogance kind of way. As if I'm a different species entirely. A superior one. One that controls their fate due to my outside knowledge, which isn't even complete knowledge in itself. And that disgusts me. I know it's wrong, and I'm working on it. My mother is the first step. With that inner crisis out of the way, it's rather unfortunate I can't walk. It's one of the extremely rare cases that my parents aren't home at night. I could have explored around. Messed around. Some fun shit. Lying down with my thoughts is something I'm used to, but even I have my limits. Where did they go? To drink. Apparently. Look, I don't judge. But there's this nagging feeling that I'm forgetting something. It's been happening time and time again ever since I was reincarnated, and it's beyond frustrating. I try to ignore that feeling, as that is the wiser decision. If I actually attempt to remember, it's just a pointless waste of time, effort, and nerves. This time though, this nagging feeling has reached a record high. For good reason. Roar. A titanic roar, which has no equal to anything I've ever heard or experienced in any of my lives, echoed from afar. A pure sense of dread and malevolence enveloped my body. A crushing force, choking me as my mind goes into overdrive in an attempt to decipher what is going on. And how I can save myself. What in the world? Is this K-killing intent? Hard T to breathe, 9 T-tails. Akira. A muffled voice of concern is heard. As it picks up Akira's suffocating figure. Who's calling me? My own voice in my thoughts becomes muffled as I feel my consciousness slipping. As my brain shuts down to defend itself from further damage caused by the 9 tails. Time skip. I begin to awaken as I blink my eyes open in exhaustion as a result of involuntarily being put to sleep. Ugh, God. Where am I? I look up and see a bright light and ceiling. Unfamiliar ceiling. Okay. I turn my toddler head to the sides and see. Of course, I'm in a baby pen. Besides that, I seem to be in a hospital. Why? I begin to speculate as to my reasons for being there. Then I recalled what happened before I lost consciousness. Oh, no. The 9 tails. How could I have forgotten? October 10th. It is Naruto's birthday and also the date when the 9 tails is released. How could I have not foreseen this? Knowing Shikamaru was only just born, it should have been easy to piece together that the Nine-Tails attack was a future event and not a past event. Why was I so certain I'd be younger than Naruto? Baseless conclusions. Really? Ah. Idiot. Smack. I smack myself at the idiocy. Ouch. Damn it. But, even if I knew what was about to happen, would I have even been able to do anything about it? No. I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Then what's the point of agonizing over it? I'm just going around in circles now. I want to tear my non-existent hair out. I just hope my parents came out of it alive. It'd be too cliché if they didn't. Too cruel. I don't need any character development. I'm completely fine as I am. They don't deserve it. Even if they are side characters. They live, breathe, dream, work, and affect the world. Don't die. Please. Time skip. After an hour of agonizing and worrying about my parents' safety. Hoping they'll arrive to get me out of here. Telling me about how they were lucky to not have been caught in the Nine-Tails attack. A sound emanates from across the room. Creak. I hear the hospital room door open at that. I jump to a sitting position at record speed so I can take a look at the new arrivals. Hoping it's my parents. However, my expectation is shattered once again by reality. As my eyes meet with a rather familiar-looking woman, who is walking beside who I suspect is my doctor, an individual with the usual white coat. She has long, dark brown hair, fair skin, and dark eyes that meet with mine. Hey Akira, I'll be taking you home now. Okay. She says with a gentle and pained smile as she moves over to pick me up from my pen. And that was all I needed to hear to confirm my worst fears. No. That's wrong. There's no way, right? Grab. She lifts me up and walks towards the doctor. Are you sure he's fine, doctor? She repeats the doctor's conclusion at Akira's test results with skepticism. It's too cruel, isn't it? I beg of you to tell me I'm wrong. That this is all a bad dream. They are just busy with the aftermath of the attack. They couldn't make it to check on their baby son in the hospital. Right? He is completely fine, Lady Nora. But I'll admit he surprised us. His mental recovery at the Kyuubi's killing intent is comparable to an adult civilian. It's astounding, to be honest. The doctor repeated with wonder as he nodded. What's the point of me being reborn? If you were to take my guardians and new parents so early, what did I do to deserve this? What did they do? Even my Shika nearly died. Hikari and Aaron. It's just too much. She whispers with a lowered head, proceeding to shake her head to compose herself, flashing the doctor a weak and yet resolved smile. Just when I started to love them, to accept them as my parents. Could I have saved them if I knew about the Nine-Tails attack? Isn't it better that I was ignorant? Better weak and ignorant than knowledgeable and helpless. Pathetic excuses. Oh, God. Why did this happen? Why tragedy? If it is inevitable, why so soon after I lost my first family? Why take my second away instantly? Is this how it feels when your close ones die? I hate this feeling. I want to tear my heart out of my chest. It hurts. Thanks for taking care of him. I'll be taking him now. Wah. 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 I burst out crying. And I continued to do so on the way to the home of the lady who took me. My weeping never truly ended that day. Not even when my tear glands were dry. A cruel reality check that I never asked for. No one asked for it. The cruelty of reality managed to tear me a new one. Not even a year into my reincarnation. 4 years following the Nine-Tails attack. Third-person POV. We see a young boy around 38 inches in height. Short, brown, almost black spiky hair decorates his head and his eyes are colored a dark shade of green. All worn on white, nearly tanned skin. Wearing a small Noro clan shirt and pants. Tailor-made by the Aburain clan. The boy is currently lying down beside a tree, making himself comfortable under its shadow as he gazes at the clouds. His face, the picture of absolute bliss. Who is this boy? It's none other than Akira Noro, our protagonist. Akira POV. The perfect chilly breeze, not too cold, just the perfect temperature and quantity. The shade blocks out the pesky sun rays. The feeling of having done all your daily obligations. Yes, I, a 4-year-old, have obligations. Be patient, I'll be getting to that shortly. Ahem. Continuing on. The feeling of nature. That needs some work considering I'm in the house's garden. But it'll do. Ah, freedom. Now this is what humans are meant to do. No worrying about the troubles of life, about training, about guests and their toddlers pulling my hair and trying to play with me, or about Aunt Yoshino's incessant nagging. The last one especially gives me the shivers. Just you, and only you. Relaxing. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? I can confirm that statement to be the complete and unfiltered truth. Step. 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 The sounds of footsteps getting closer and the distinctive sound of feet making contact with hardwood make it incredibly easy to hear even from a distance. And so, my peace is disturbed. Thankfully, I've set up countermeasures for such occasions. Activate Protocol 3. I am asleep, so don't bother me. Long descriptive name subject to change. I close my eyes before the new arrival has a chance to take a closer look at me. Akira. A squeaky and tired voice calls out my name. It's close to me. 8 feet away more or less. I, of course, ignore the voice. I'm asleep. Akira. The voice repeats, this time with a hint of suffering and irritation. Now that's not a sound a fellow 4-year-old should be making. What is it, Shikamaru? If you need help doing your chores now, you should have done them earlier. So don't throw me under the cart because of your procrastination. I open one eye to be met with a standing Shikamaru in front of me. Chibi Shikamaru, if you need help imagining his look. I glare at him as I point an accusing finger at him. My response came with an embarrassingly squeaky voice as well. It's hard to get used to that voice, but my manly pride can take it. Sigh. No, Mom is calling for you. She said she needs your help in the kitchen. He responds laxly to my accusation. Leaning on the tree, like it's the only thing stopping him from falling to the ground and taking a long nap. You might be wondering how Shikamaru, a genuine 4-year-old, can sound just as exhausted as your average Japanese salaryman. Well, firstly, he's a bona fide genius. It has some kind of effect. Secondly, he's a Noro. And most importantly, his mother is Yoshino. Back to me being pissed off. Again. I did my kitchen chores today. I roar out my displeasure like the child I am. Gotta stay in character after all. Definitely not a genuine reaction whatsoever. I am an adult. If you combine the ages of both my lives, you get the point. Choji and Aino are coming with their families to visit again. It's our turn to be the hosts this time. He explains neutrally. It's a drag, I know. He responds to the bitter look that formed on my face. Sigh, let's just get this over with. I respond tiredly as I get up and pat myself off of any dust. It's important I do that. If Miss Housewife notices a speck of dust in the house because of me, it's kitchen duty for a week. Can't be having that. I won't be coming with you. I have to feed the deer with Dad, Shikamaru tells me in a tone that doesn't sound much different than a man who's just been tortured. Saying those words in that tone of his, coupled with his squeaky tone, never fails to amuse me. Not gonna lie. But, fine, I'll see you later. I chuckle at him as I begin to make my way toward the garden's door and inside the house. At that, we separate to do our involuntary stuff. Short time skip. I find myself in the house's kitchen. It's quite the stocked and neatly organized kitchen, I'll admit. Especially when you're the one who needs to reorganize, clean, and bring it back to its original state following an entire feast's worth of cooking. I'm not mad. Just a little angry. Anyways, while I wash the cookware clean, I'll elaborate on my daily life nowadays and what's been going on so far. You know I love to give these status reports. Akira status report start. Firstly, as you may or may not have noticed, I'm adopted. In the custody of the Noro clan head, Shikaku Noro, my uncle. I've been living in their house all this time, and it's been fine and dandy so far. I'm lucky to be their relative. Otherwise, I'd have to experience the Konoha orphanage firsthand. Rumors of that place aren't all pleasant. But that could be a result of the blonde menace's presence. Back to the family. Shikamaru's an abnormal child. It's at least comforting that he isn't hyperactive like normal children, and we can just chill without him trying to play with me. Unless it's shogi. He's rather passionate about that game. Even as a 4-year-old. Shikaku reminds me of my deceased father, in his chill and reliable aura. Though somehow, he's even more of a lazy-ass hat than my father. And saving the worst for last. Yoshino. If I looked up her name in the dictionary, it would be synonymous with evil. The banshee commands children like soldiers. Her screams are so guttural and scary they'd spook the Ninetales itself. Other than that, she's a sweet lady when it really counts. Which is rare. But it happens. Nevertheless, the sins outweigh the virtues in this case. Secondly, we have a routine. Yes, 4-year-old children have a routine. It might be my earthly morals and mentality that are making me disgusted at this. However, it's probably a regular thing here. It seems clan children begin training at 4 years old. And before that, we are forced to help out here and there with odd small chores. Discipline and all that. Child soldier mentality and all that wholesome jazz. Then again, my only cases of evidence are me, Shikamaru, Choji, and Aino in regard to child training, so I could be dead wrong here. In terms of games, it's a little more messed up. Every single game here has an underlying and sometimes murderous purpose. Hide and kill, treasure hunt. Oh, and don't get me started on smoke bomb soccer. I don't even know why smoke bombs are publicly available items that children can use. To sum it up, I'll explain my routine as of now. Wake up, breakfast, train, chores, relax, learn, lunch, relax, train again, dinner, and sleep. And that's about it for my average day. Simple and yet impressive for a 4-year-old if I do say so myself. Much more productive than my life back on Earth. Now I just sound pathetic. Though the really pathetic thing is forcing training onto a 4-year-old schedule, I'll let it slide as a world cultural difference. For now. I'm sure you've noticed, but when in doubt, going with the flow indeed helps. Do take caution though with that technique. When used negligently, you may end up on the street without a job. Or so Auntie Yoshino tells me. Silly auntie, my future career choice pays quite the sum. I'm going to be a paid mercenary. Glory to Konoha. I'm losing it, aren't I? Thirdly, my training. So far, as we're only 4 years old, there has been absolutely no mention of chakra. But there are preparatory exercises Uncle Shikaku has been putting me and Shikamaru through. Meditation and other focus-based exercises and games. Primarily meditation, though. And training isn't really anything fancy right now. It's simply physical training, not much different than on Earth. Push-ups, sit-ups, and a lot of running. There are some differences, though. Like we have to train by running through and attempting to dodge dirt thrown at us. If there's no one available to train us, we take turns running and throwing dirt at each other. It's simple but quite effective. We've only recently begun the training, so it's a work in progress. Fourthly, about the 10 shadows. I've unlocked it. That's right. Rather anticlimactic, isn't it? Let me explain. It happened around 2 months ago. Flashback start. 2 months ago. It's me, Shikamaru and Shikaku lying down at my deceased mother's favorite spot. We relax under the shade of the tree and indulge ourselves with the lovely view. He brought us here, specifically me though, to explain that this was my mother's favorite spot and show it to me. Truthfully, I already knew about it, but I played along. It was a touching gesture nevertheless. As I was in the middle of my cloud gazing, picking out shapes with Shikamaru. That one looks like a turtle, Shikamaru says at a turtle-shaped cloud, pointing at it. A sudden burst of information came flowing into my mind. My eyes open wide in shock at the information overload. Him? Akira, are you alright there? Shikaku notices my wide-eyed look and questions me with concern. I only pointed at that cloud that looked like a turtle. Shikamaru expresses his confusion at my reaction to his turtle cloud. Wrong conclusion. I blink once. I blink twice. It stopped. And no, I'm fine, just remembered something. I respond half-heartedly as I try to process what just happened. If you say so. He relaxes immediately at the confirmation of not having to do any work or provide help. Lazy uncle indeed. Shikamaru merely raised an eyebrow at my weird reaction. But there's something new in my mind. The knowledge that wasn't there. Is that? He ha ha ha. I burst out in hearty laughter, the first of its kind in this life. At my outburst, Shikaku and Shikamaru look at me with bewildered gazes, as if I'm a stranger. Akira? Shikamaru calls my name hesitantly, having never seen me like this before. Oh, haha, sorry. It's just, I saw this cloud, and it looked funny to me. Ha ha ha. I barely choke out an explanation in my laughter. All right. Crazy Akira. Shikamaru reluctantly accepts my half-hearted excuse as he gets back to his more productive endeavors. Cloud gazing. This. It is way too anticlimactic. Just like that? Really? I wasn't training. I didn't achieve some kind of revelation. I didn't get stabbed to death, only to proceed to cheat it by regenerating my wounds and going on to announce myself as the honored one. Hell, I haven't done anything chakra-related yet. So tell me why. Did I just unlock the 10 shadows? All the basics about the 10 shadows are in my head right now. Arrived in an instant like some express billionaire food delivery. On a silver platter. The techniques to initiate the exorcism ritual of every single shadow are permanently ingrained in my mind. And most importantly, instinctual knowledge. That I can summon the 2 divine dogs. Hand signs and all. Absurd. How does that even work? How do completely foreign knowledge, techniques, and so on get ingrained in my head when I'm conscious? What stumps me, though, is the fact I have absolutely no idea how it functions and the intricacies behind it. Sure, I know how to do it. But I don't know why it does it. It's as if God came here and just slapped those techniques into my head and how to activate them, without providing explanations on why they work. It's the equivalent of the simplest answer to a complicated question. Here's an example. Why does an elevator go up? Because I clicked on the button of a higher floor, therefore, it goes up. But that's not the whole answer, is it? You can go into more detail. The elevator has cables, functions on electricity, the button is merely an input channel, etc. Do you see what I mean? I lack bloody details. And no, I sure as hell ain't rolling with it this time. This is important. Flashback end. And that's how I got it. Weird, right? Well, I might have been initially pissed off at the lack of details. But upon further thought it might be just how the technique originally works and how it worked for Megumi. Then again, I've decided to not look a gift horse in the mouth and be thankful it is unlocked now. And not when I'm like 15 or something stupid. Or that it would have provided me with minimal knowledge. All in all, the moral of the story is not to be a greedy bastard. Have I tested it out yet? Despite my initial lack of patience in wanting to try out literal superpowers, I've grown as a person, and decided against doing such childish acts. Just kidding. There are a couple of reasons really. Most importantly, I lack the chakra to summon them, for now. Yep, it's a not enough mana situation indeed. Trust me, I tried. I fell unconscious, was questioned, and had to bullshit my way out. Though I am getting closer. Depending on whether we start chakra training or not. I'd estimate 1 to 2 years. A shame really, but what can you do? The second reason is simple. In hindsight, are there any risks in showing my new power? I'm well enough aware that this is a power unique in this world and one of a kind, which may prove dangerous. I lack knowledge of what kind of excuses I can use to hide its existence. One idea I had in mind is from the toad summon thing Naruto had signed in the series. I could just say I signed a contract with the Shadow Clan or something like that. That's the main excuse for now. Of course, I have to choose between hiding my power and not training it in comparison to training it and the world knowing of it. I'd choose the latter. But, for now, I can't actually use it, and it's just dangling in front of me, teasing and mocking me that I'm too weak to use it. I do my routines, I train and hopefully, I'll become strong enough to have a good and enjoyable life in this world. My goals are still really unclear. A good and enjoyable life is a rather general thing as well as getting stronger. I'll figure it out eventually, though they are not bad starting points in my opinion. Akira, get over here now and help me set up the table. The household banshee cuts me off from my motivational monologue once again. I return a squeaky roar, coming. I yell out as I pause my dishwashing for now, beginning to make my way towards the large guest room feast table to help out Auntie. Third-person POV. Once again, in the Noro family heads home, we see 3 children in the garden. The first and second are familiar. They are currently running circles around the garden, trying to throw dirt at each other. They are, of course, Noro Shikamaru and Noro Akira, going about their training. The third child, with a rotund build and markings on his cheeks in the form of swirls. He has spiky, light brown hair that sticks upward, is currently munching on potato chips. Observing the 2 running boys curiously, his face is the picture of bliss every time he grabs a new chip. Akira POV. Step. 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 I sprint as hard as my little kiddie legs are capable of, to the point of feeling my muscles aching, nay, burning in pain. The enemy is preparing to send it. Hi. A childish scream, originating from my cousin Swoosh. A dirt ball is thrown in my direction. Gritty scrape. My lower body is scraping the dirt as I slide on the ground, quite literally dirtying it from the contact. Luckily, I am fully clothed, or else this would have been rather painful. I end my slide and get up to my feet to stare at a dumbfounded Shikamaru. Next time, don't yell when you throw something, you know. I flash him a smug and satisfied grin. His eyebrow twitches in what I assume is annoyance. He then proceeds to turn around and go towards Choji. Hey, Shikamaru, we aren't done training. I yell out in indignation, pointing at him. He continues to move towards Choji uninterrupted. The brat. I silently glare at him until he sits to Choji's right side and then takes a good look at me and says, "Well, I'm done training. Stop being such a drag, Akira. Dad isn't here to watch, so let's stop training. Anymore and you'll be just as annoying as I know," Shikamaru responds neutrally, as he then proceeds to lean back on the hardwood to lie down for a rest. He called you annoying. Crunch. Munch. A cheery giggle comes out of the Akimichi air. I'm glad you find it funny, Choji. I respond in a deadpan as I shrug my shoulders and make my way toward them. Sigh. I guess we can stop training for now. But don't be getting lazy about it, Shikamaru. Training is important. I chastise my cousin as I sit down on the hardwood, near Choji's left side. Whatever. He rolls his eyes. Want some? I see a bag of chips in front of me, nearly giving me a scare. No, thanks, Choji, I'm not hungry right now. I thank him as I copy my cousin's ideal relaxation posture and lie down on the hardwood, closing my eyes as I contemplate life once again. Now, you may be wondering, why are you guys training at home? Not in a designated clan area or training ground. Hell, even a playground could work. The answer to your question is rather simple. It happened around a little more than a year ago, when the Hyuga clan heiress was kidnapped. I'll cut to the chase. She was eventually reclaimed safely, but it was a whole ordeal and a big mess. I recall vividly the wrinkles Uncle Shikaku had during that entire debacle. Apparently, he is the Jonin commander. Some high-status stuff. As such, it was a political headache he had to experience the full brunt of. Jonin commander and clan head? Seems like he isn't as lazy as I initially thought. Or maybe his homely procrastinations are direct consequence of his excessive responsibilities. Not my problem though. Nevertheless, I don't remember him being the Jonin commander from the series. That might just be a part of my memory that was erased. Curse you, knowledge wheel. Ahem. Anywho, as a result of a clan heiress being kidnapped in such a bold move, as a safety precaution, a new policy that most of the clans had agreed to in a majority vote has been made. All high-profile children and children related to high-profile individuals in the Leaf cannot be allowed to roam free without escort until they are in the academy. A bit paranoid if you ask me. But what do I know? This might just be a genuine concern and the Hyuga heiress kidnapping isn't an outlier to the norm. All this means is We train at home, and we go outside with escorts. Sometimes uncle and aunt come with us to the playgrounds in the village. Other times uncle sends a guard, or in more blunt terms, a babysitter, to accompany us in our playground adventures and mingling. Oh, the wonders of being a 4-year-old. Besides that, I'm doing fine and dandy. Training has been going great. Nothing chakra, though, unfortunately, but I can't really complain. The peaceful and stress-free lifestyle does wonders for the mind. I'll tell you. Being a child is a wonderful thing in that regard. Choji's a really nice and gentle kid. Although he's a bit weird to me, I'm used to being surrounded by adults, and I'm constantly accompanied by a child genius who even gives me the creeps at only 4 years of age. So conversations with him are a bit childish, lacking in complexity. Then again, he's just a normal kid in that regard. What makes me like him, though, is that, just like Shikamaru, he's a chill kid to be around. No playing or moving much around, unless you force or aggravate him. He's a bit sensitive about his weight. Weird for a 4-year-old, but I digress. On the topic of moving around, it's been a real struggle to get Shikamaru to train with me when not forced to do so by our guardians. I really need to give him the equivalent of an enterprise-level PowerPoint presentation coupled with every persuasion tactic known to man in order to get him to agree. And by that, I mean to snitch about it to Auntie Yoshino. Works every time. Don't look at me like that. It's for the greater good. Though the real problematic child is when you get to talking about Aino. We're not on the best of terms, to be frank with you. I won't be getting into detail right now, but pulling my hair may have caused me to respond maturely and fling a booger at her. I admit, not my proudest moment. Next topic. About points of interest. Crunch. Munch. Is he in his trance again? Choji wonders aloud, glancing at me curiously. Yes, don't bother him. It's not a good idea. Last time I did it, he bit my hand. Shikamaru nods as he warns Choji to not bother me. Wise decision, young Shikamaru. Ahem. About points of interest. Well, I've thought about what I'm going to do in regard to the smidgen of canon knowledge I have. Although my knowledge was erased. My goal before most of my memory of this world was erased was to survive. Ominous, I know, but with my current knowledge, there isn't much danger that I really need to survive, do I? I mean, sure, Orochimaru and that Sand invasion are dangerous. But it's not all-encompassing. If that were the main danger, why did I stress the need for survival? I could easily move to a different country, or become a farmer. Anything really that isn't related to a literal fight to the death. All in all, as much as I'm excited and hyped about being powerful and having supernatural abilities, if I die shortly after that, it really isn't my cup of tea. So, my theory is this. The stress in regard to my need for survival from before my memory was erased exists because there is maybe a world-ending threat looming in the future. A threat that could be dealt with, avoided. If I were stronger and had a strong power, I recall vividly that upon my discovery of going to the Naruto world, I had an intense desire to have a powerful ability. Not out of greed or power hunger, mind you, but out of necessity, survival instinct. Else I see no reason for the main goal of mine to be to simply survive, prior to my memory being partially wiped, of course. Suffice it to say, my goals for now have been properly adjusted. Live a good and enjoyable life. Survive. Become stronger. And protect my close people. What? I've started liking these guys. Also, be on the lookout for world-ending plots. A creepy snake guy wanting the Sharingan doesn't sound too world-ending to me, honestly. In terms of getting stronger, I think using Naruto as my measuring stick would be a great idea. No? He is the main character after all. I'm uncertain whether he was the strongest by the end of the series. But it's safe to assume he's able to keep up with the strongest. I just hope there isn't a severe plot twist that happens in the future that'll make all my assumptions and theories fall apart. Speaking of Naruto, I just saw him the other day on the playground we went to, playing alone at the sandpit. Other kids steered clear of him at the warning of their parents, as if he would infect them with something. A sad little blonde weasel. Indeed. The prejudice and glares are really bad. It's insane how much bad rep and association with the village's symbol of evil and destruction can do. And don't let me get started on the whispering. It's to the degree I'd fear for his life were I not to know he had ANBU guards attached to him. This wasn't something I knew from the anime, mind you. It's a pretty poorly kept secret. How did it get out? Well, it was pretty obvious after the first couple of continuous attempts on the kid's life were thwarted by mask-wearing guards. Or so I heard. Since then, no direct attempt has been made, apparently. Makes you really feel bad for him. Truly, I wouldn't wish that type of existence on even my worst of enemies. Did I approach and try to befriend him? You ask? No, not really. I treat him cordially and like a genuine person were he to come to me, though. Sorry, but I'm not the most social of individuals. And I know he'll be fine eventually. But those are all really excuses I make up for myself. I know it isn't his fault. And it's the fault of the thing inside of him. But it's hard to look him in the eye when he contains the very thing that murdered my new parents. It's pathetic. I know. It's just like the case of you hearing something repeated so many times by so many people that, despite it being completely false, it becomes the truth. Social proof at its finest. So many times in the playground I've heard "don't talk to the demon brat" and other similar and equally wrong statements. Like brainwashing, the frame was set in my mind. And my more spiteful and vengeful side accepted it with glee. So basically, I've resolved in my cowardice and pettiness to not approach Naruto myself. But I have also resolved to treat him equally and genuinely were he to try and befriend me. Not out of pity, mind you. I try not to let such a thing cloud my relationships with other people. It's degrading for them. I'd know. Besides Naruto, I've met a lot of the other recognizable faces. Not on the same day, mind you, but I'll summarize my first impressions like this. Well, met is a strong word. I didn't approach anyone unless approached. Kiba and Akamaru looked like they were having fun running around the playground. That's about it. Shino was looking at bugs on the leaves. Sakura was playing with Aino. Aino then proceeded to introduce the shy pink-haired girl to me and Shikamaru. But damn, that forehead is massive. Sakura's reaction to me saying that out loud was to burst out crying and run away. My bad, I guess. The slap I received from Aino was well deserved. I've also seen Hinata. She looks a little gloomy. But as fellow introverts, there was absolutely no shot at an interaction, so that's that. That's about all the faces I've seen so far. Also saw Iruka that one time we went shopping with Yoshino. I think that's everyone. Strangely, I have yet to meet Duck Hair himself, Lord of Edge. That reminds me. The Ucha massacre. I have no idea how to deal with that one. To say my arms are tied in this case would be an understatement. Sure, I can go and say, Itachi Ucha is going to kill you all. But would that work? There's no guarantee it'll work. And what will happen to me when I reveal future knowledge or otherwise? I don't remember when exactly it happens. But it could be any time from now to maybe 6 years from now. Very useful. Call me a monster. Call me selfish. I have no clue what the hell to do. I'm too weak to actually do anything. And I'm not risking myself that much to go ahead and try. I'm sure you've noticed. But I'm no hero. I'm cautious. If I had more information on hand, I could try and stop it. Or more power for one. But again, I'm a 4-year-old. No, this isn't going to work out. Just turn a blind eye to it. Akira. God damn it. By all means, it would have been better if this type of knowledge were to be erased from my memory rather than the useful information. I can in no safe way think of countermeasures to guarantee a way to stop that mess. I have the burden of knowledge but lack the means to act on it. Another reason I need to get stronger, I guess. Real nice. You good there, Akira? Another painful thought. Shikamaru's even tone of voice breaks me out of that stressful line of thought upon noticing my pained look. Sort of. Thanks. I needed that. I open one of my closed eyes to thank my cousin for his observant nature, flashing him a grateful smile. Anytime. He responds calmly and rather maturely. Real creepy 4-year-old, take a chip. It helps me feel better when I'm hurt. Choji says gently as he shoves a potato chip not so gently into my personal space. Or throat in this case. choking, gulp, cough, cough, choji. I almost choked. I can grab one myself. I yell out in rage at the dumb kid. Ha 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 ha. They both laugh at my misery. Ha. Ha. Yeah, very funny. I deadpan at the sadistic duo. And so, life goes on. 6 years following the Nine-Tails attack. There's this room in the house. It's got a bunch of furniture. Like the window's light makes shadows on purpose. The dresser by the window makes shapes on the floor when the sun shines. The bookshelf's shadows stretch across the wall. A bookshelf filled with children's books and poems. A book called The Founding of Konoha stands out among the more childlike literature. There's a desk too. Nothing fancy. It's got drawings on it. The shadows do their thing there too. In one corner, a plant tries to get the sun, and there's a regular bed for sleeping. The room's got stuff set up for shadows, like a simple play of light and dark. Whose bedroom is this? This is Akira Noro's bedroom, of course. And he's rather proud of it, having crafted it out of sheer boredom and experimentation throughout his years here. And as the sun has risen, indicating the coming of day, we see the boy now lying newly awake in his bed, tucked comfortably, his face barely hiding his excitement. For today is a special day. Today, Akira goes to school for the first time in this life. Is it creepy that a man in his collective 20s is excited about going to school? Yes, absolutely. But if you were to accuse him, he'd probably try and reason his way out. I wouldn't listen to him. Even the greatest of Evilders have a reason for their nefarious deeds. A reason they justify needlessly. By the way, he's doing it again. Akira POV. School. What a wonderful concept. A place where the young are gathered, now unified under the title of student with the flagship purpose of getting educated and nurtured. All sitting in a classroom for hours on end, learning topics that are, for the most part, useless in an actual work environment. In some cases, all of the actually applicable information you learn in school equates to around 15% to 30%, as a rough estimate. Amazing. Also, if you're wondering, sex education is also part of the statistic in the 15% to 30% estimate. Not because of its actual useful nature, mind you, but because it was freaking hilarious. Never has there been a more opportune class for silly jokes than this one. What? You learn how to make dirty jokes. It's practical. By the way, I pulled those statistics out of my ass. But bear with me here. Goofing off with the homies? Actually, that's not a negative thing. Back to the school slander. Oh, how could I? I forgot to mention the perfectly healthy competitive environment of the grading system as well as the heavy disdain for failing tests or otherwise. Because failing your English poetry test is definitely grounds for detention. Spectacular. Did I mention I absolutely adore school? Ahem. Now, this would be correct for most of the schools back in my old world. Here, however, I hope and also believe this isn't the case. Though optimism usually doesn't end well for me. Anyways, today's the day Shikamaru and I enter the Academy, an institute that educates children from the ages of 6 up to the age of 12. Now, in this very shinobi educating establishment, they no longer hide nor get us to play games that are, in actuality, thinly veiled murder training exercises. No, no, no. Here they bluntly teach you how to murder, spy on, and/or seduce people. A ninja school, quite literally, teaching you the tools of the trade. Oh, but it's for a worthy cause. For the sake of the village. A leaf shinobi is a hero and paragon of virtue and good. Isn't he? I might be letting out my frustrations at the children's poems I've been reading. Let's just say they aren't very subtle in their attempt at indoctrination nor in their attempt at getting more children interested in the shinobi way. Speaking of shinobi, they are the exact reason why I believe this academy is effective in teaching you. Shinobi are pretty practical people, as I've come to learn. This is on point with what I believe is the case when it comes to combat and militaristic concepts and organizations. Most, if not all, of the education is either practical or applicable theoretical knowledge. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time, or a life, in more intense situations. And Konoha is undoubtedly a militaristic organization, city, village, whatever. So I'm pretty optimistic that I'll have fun here. Getting stronger? Yes. Please. Getting educated? Sign me up. Not being locked in a square room and forced to learn something useless for hours on end? Holy moly. Take my money. Goofing off with the homies who are all around the age of 6. Doesn't sound as great as I initially believed it would, but I'll take it. However, the most important thing in this entire arrangement definitely is freedom. Baby. Yes, you heard me right. I, a 6-year-old child, as of officially entering this bloody academy, am free like any adult in this darn village. Free even in the eyes of my adoptive parents. What this means is, I am free to roam and do whatever I flipping want in this village. Except for drinking and hookers. But it's the same amount of freedom I had back in my old world. So there's that. Oh. How I've longed for this. Not going down the line of thought about the questionable choice of allowing 6-year-olds in the academy to go around the village unsupervised. Not my problem. Unless I get kidnapped. But that won't be happening. I'm only semi-important. Go for Shikamaru. He's smarter. Allegedly. Creak. The room's door opens. Speak of the devil. Now this is a first. Who would have thought the paragon of punctuality himself would fall so far from grace that I am the one who needs to go get him? Shikamaru teases with a smug tone and smirk, leaning on the door frame with his arms crossed. Well, it seems the student has surpassed the master. You're teasing me and you're early? The sage of 6 paths himself must have resurrected to save us all. I counter-tease the smug child. He rolls his eyes. Well, get up, today's important I know. We are starting the academy. It's the reason I was a little delayed in getting ready. I went a little too much into my thoughts. I interrupt the now irritating cousin as I get up and tidy up my bed. A little is an understatement, Akira. Anyways, don't be late or mom'll be a drag. He retorts with a tone of desperation in the last part. Now, making his way out of my haven as he allows me to get dressed and ready. Time skip. Arriving prepared outside my home, directly in front of the home's door, I am met with my relatives' adopted family, waiting patiently for me to join them. You're late. Auntie glares at me, a tint of unpleasant surprise in her eyes at me not being punctual for a change. Meh, can't be punctual all the time. I wave my hand. Akira, you didn't forget anything? Kunai in the safety pouch? Will of Fire and Village Anthem be memorized? Did you take the boxed lunch I made you from the fridge? Books. She questions the moment she registers my look and equipment. I dressed neatly with a backpack around half my size, as per custom, on my back. A fine look if I do say so myself. For a 6-year-old at least. Maybe, I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, though I don't know how safe the safety pouch is. Yes, I love the village. Yes, your lunches are delightful, auntie. And yes, books are in. I respond mechanically, in a rapid-fire manner. She shakes her head as she sighs audibly, murmuring, "What will I do with this kid?" Sigh. I let out a sigh of satisfaction as I make my way towards the towering adults that are accompanied by their spawn. My smile expresses my mood vividly to onlookers. Excited about your first day in the academy? My uncle questions with a knowing smile. His gruff tone of voice always a source of envy for me. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? I question innocently, making eye contact with my uncle. He simply turns his head to direct an amused look toward Shikamaru. I look as well and, ugh, it's as if he's at a funeral. Suffice it to say, Shikamaru's mood is a stark contrast to my own. His mood had soured the moment he went out of the house and the drag, as he calls it, began. Look alive, Shika. It's a new environment. I point at him. Ugh. New things to do. Ugh. New obligations. Ugh. Mandatory tests, learning, and so on. Dad, can I drop out? Shikamaru questions Shikaku. No. Akira, stop pestering Shikamaru, or else I'm afraid he'll really drop out. Shikaku shakes his head as he brutally rejects Shikamaru, responding utterly amused. I nod my agreement, boys. Let's get going. You can talk on the way. Yoshino chastises our little banter, arms crossed. Yes, We respond in unison. Time skip. Scene change. We've arrived at the gates leading into the academy. First, its location. Whether this is intentional or not, I don't know. But it's located at the base of the Hokage Mountain, which is practically at the heart of the village. Interestingly though, it is also the place where the Hokage's office is located as well as where missions are assigned. Then again, I knew of this from my previous life. Secondly, the size. It does matter. With its importance and multiple functionalities. I can safely say, in fact, that the academy is gargantuan. A building of this proportion I have yet to see in this life. Again, this isn't my first time seeing this building. Or more accurately, a set of buildings. But it's much more impressive up close and personal. Thirdly, the decorations. It looks neat. The buildings that make a collective one ginormous structure are decorated with white-colored walls with red-orange roofs. The whole structure is surrounded by a large wall-like fence with open areas that are used for training, as I can see from the side. Trees decorate the grounds of this whole academy. The main entrance towards the academy itself has the signature symbol of our village, along with a large sign that is the kanji for fire. Fourthly, people. Many people, faces I recognize with their parents. Some from a playground, and almost all of the Rookie 9 are present, with Choji and Aino weirdly missing. Some faces I recognize having come without parents. Speaking of. Also, there's a swing here. There's a Naruto on it. An eerie vacuum of space between him and the other child-parent duos, keeping their distance as if he were the source of all of the plagues in existence. Proceeding to ignore. Impressive, isn't it? Your mother and I went here when we were children too. Shikaku comments nostalgically, cutting me out of my thoughts. My mother was in the same academy year as you. I questioned in curiosity at learning more about Hikari, my late mother from this life. Yes, though she graduated a year late. She was no good with the clone jutsu, leading her to fail the graduation test. She worked hard, though, to pass the year later. He explained, amused. Haha, you were a no-good lazy boy back then as well. Yoshino teases, a hand on her face. Auntie was as well. I questioned, and my curiosity piqued. Thank God no. She was our junior by 2 years. She started being a pain around my 5th year at the academy. Shikaku explained with a haunted look at the mere suggestion. You'll regret saying that later, Dad. Shikamaru comments with sympathy, having listened in on the conversation, and noticed Auntie's killer glare. But it doesn't take a genius to figure out that it'd make her pissed off. Did I mention Auntie's a pain in the behind? Yes? So here's a reminder. Lovely lady, but a pain. Attention. Attention. A loud voice originating from the direction of the academy's entrance brings me back to reality. A young man wearing a leaf headband, short spiky brown hair, and a noticeable flak jacket signifying his status as a chunin of the leaf. His loud and rather commanding voice brings silence to the recently noisy mingling between parents and children. Upon recognizing all the attention directed at him, the man speaks. Parents and guardians, you may leave your children here. We'll begin the entrance ceremony shortly. It will be followed by the entrance assessment, then ending it off with introductions to their classes to end the day. You may come back to pick them up at 5 p.m. Their regular schedule will be distributed throughout the day. Any questions in regard to the schedule itself may be presented to the academy director through appointment. The chunin announced professionally. At that, uncle lowered himself to look at both me and Shikamaru, who was beside me. All right, kids. Good luck. Keep your head cool and you'll be fine. He smiled a knowing smile. Sound advice, uncle. I nod, mocking his advice a little. Thanks. Shikamaru nods and reciprocates a small smile. Yoshino nods at us in encouragement, and at that, both of them leave along with the other parents, having done their pep talk to their own children. All right, kids. Follow me inside. The Chunin responsible for guiding us gestures for all of us to follow. Shikamaru and I begin to waddle with our little kiddie legs towards the Chunin. And here I thought you were sad that we're here. I look at him weirdly at his inconsistent behavior. Well, we're already here. It's a drag, but it is what it is. He shrugged in response, an opinion he'll come to regret upon taking part in what he deep down knows will come in the near future. As we get closer to the door, I notice a distinct orange hair sticking out through the sea of kids now swarming in the direction of the Chunin-yo. Choji! I yell out and wave in his direction. Ah, Akira! He responds as he makes his way towards me and Shikamaru. Hey, Choji! Shikamaru nods his greeting to Choji. Hey, Shikamaru! He greets back excitedly. As we talk, we continue to make our way towards the Chunin. Someone's excited. I smirk, of course. Dad told me the academy is where we learn to become real shinobi. His eyes practically glowed. I'm excited as well, not gonna lie. I smile as well. Choji looks at Shikamaru, in hopes of finding another excited brother. He is, however, met with, I'm alright. For now, it sounds like a mix between troublesome and exciting. Shikamaru shrugs, giving a SOSO gesture with his hands. I roll my eyes at the pessimistic and lazy kid as I silently lead forward, and they follow behind me. We, along with the swarm of children, follow the Chunin as he leads us toward the roof of the academy. Third-person POV. Arriving in the room, the children are met with a spacious and empty rooftop. The view of the whole village when you look at it from here is breathtaking. However, the true outlier in this whole scenery is the stage present in the upper middle corner of the roof. Especially the very man currently standing there with a warm and grandfatherly smile. A man, dressed in white and red garbs and a signature hat that are all specially tailored. Clothing that is easily recognizable and the title even more so. His authority has no equal in the entire village. A mere stroke of his pen or a mere sentence from his mouth can start or end a war and multitudes of lives. This man is the Hokage. Leader of the village. Strongest of the village and its protector. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. In a village of superpowered ninjas, the strongest superpowered ninja is certainly a sight to behold. Akira POV. Having been ordered to all sit orderly in front of the Hokage as he stands on his stage to give his entrance ceremony speech. Shikamaru to my right, Choji to my left. We sit on the hard ground patiently waiting for everyone to quiet down and be arranged properly to give the Hokage the respect and silence he needs. My initial impression before I even hear the man speak is, he looks like a nice old man. Not. Do not be fooled, Akira. He's a sly old fox. The very flex of his finger disintegrates your whole existence. And if memory serves me right, this guy's a pervert. Easily dropped to the ground by Naruto's sexy jutsu. Thinking weird thoughts about Lord Hokage. Shikamaru deadpans at my laser-focused stare directed at the Hokage. Look, here's the Hokage. Wouldn't it be interesting to observe him? I end my Hokage analysis and respond to my foolish cousin. Akira, that's weird. Choji smiles as he teases me. Gah. Critical damage. A kid called me weird. I'll stop. Having been dealt critical damage by Choji, I kept quiet for now. Didn't expect a kid calling me weird to do this much damage. Granted, when a kid says it so innocently, it's probably true. Ahem. Hello, children. A sharp and kind voice cuts through all silent conversations and instantly brings attention to the man saying these words. I am here to congratulate you on joining the academy. You may know me as the village's third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He smiles and begins his speech. At first, I thought the reason behind what seemed like over 70 children going completely silent and listening carefully to this man was his status, his reverence at being the Hokage, so to speak. The Hokage is widely revered, publicized, and hero-idolized, if that's a word. And sure, it may have played a part in the overall attention of the kids. But I can attest. This man is charismatic. He makes it look like an art. Tonality, pitch, deliverance, and body language. This man has it all figured out. Even I was captivated by his performance. Consider me beyond impressed. I couldn't imitate even a fraction of his performance even if I tried. Truly, with age comes wisdom. Time skip. What followed was the Hokage congratulating us on entering, fooling around, and making us laugh a little. Didn't know the Hokage pride was immune to damage from making fart jokes. I did laugh at his fart joke, because it was genuinely unexpected. The other kids laughed because, well, they are kids. Then he proceeded to lecture about the most critical value in this village. What it is actually built around and what kept it stable for so long. The will of fire. In short, the will of fire is a belief shared by the people of Konoha. It emphasizes unity, sacrifice, and protecting the next generation. It encourages people to put the village's well-being before their own, form strong bonds, and overcome hatred. All in all, not a bad ideology. But it's certainly not amazing. There are many flaws. I won't be getting into detail now, but you can estimate what they are. Nevertheless, all of the children, and by all I mean literally all of them, were inspired, excited, touched, and patriotic. Hell, even Shikamaru was beyond impressed and was gazing at the old geezer with wonder. Can't blame him. I was practically doing the same, only with the more suspicion-oriented part of my brain intact and fully activated. Sending me warning signals, I was being persuaded into being a sacrificial foot soldier in the grand scheme of things. Pessimistic and oddly paranoid thoughts aside, after the Hokage left the stage, a satisfied smile was on his face at gaining 70 new loyal child soldier prospects. Our tune-in guide took center stage and told us to follow him once again. We promptly did so once again. Our kiddie swarm came to a stop once the tune-in guide halted his walking. We've arrived in a crash course, or so it seems. A large open area I managed to glimpse back when we'd just arrived at the academy. The large open area is divided into sections. It's really cool actually. Each section has a number and what I can see is a different course. I'll explain what I can see here. First, there's a wide open space designed for running, circular in structure with a marked red line to show the starting and also end point. Pretty self-explanatory. Second, you'll find a range for practicing accuracy. There are different targets placed at distances of about 10 to 25 meters, spaced out every 5 meters. The row of targets is most likely for throwing shuriken and kunai. Third, there's what seems like an obstacle course. It's a narrow path with spikes and blocked ways, meant to be traversed quickly and creatively by the looks of it. Fourth, 3 tune-in are seated around a table, their flak jackets marking their rank. Notepads in hand. I assume that'll be an interview section or something. Not enough info to get anything concrete. Fifth, there's an array of duel stages, indicating a space for combat and training. It's where fights happen, plain and simple. In conclusion, this looks like it will be fun. For the most part, I smile in excitement. Noticing my smile, Choji, who's beside me, questions, "Did you figure something out?" He tilts his chubby head. Nothing special, really. It's as he said when we came here, it'll be an initial assessment, it seems. What I have figured out, though, is that it will be fun. I say with a widening smile. Oh, I don't like running, Choji states downtrodden. Cheer up, Choji. It won't be for long. I reassure him, I guess. It wasn't very effective. On to my familial compadre. I take a look at my peripheral view only to see my cousin visibly withering away. Ah. Classic. Sheikah. What do you think about this whole situation? I ask innocently, in a cheery and sadistic manner. Troublesome. You and this assessment. Both troublesome. He spits out the sentence with practical venom, glaring at me. Whoa. Scary. I mock the now irritated kid. TCH. He clicks his tongue and turns his head away, waiting eagerly for the assessment to begin. Are you guys okay? Choji asks in worry, thinking we got into a fight. Don't worry. We'll be fine. This happens all the time. However, he'll probably be in a speak only when spoken to mood for the rest of the day in regard to me. I calm Choji's worries, responding reassuringly to his question. Hey. It's better than him ignoring me for the rest of the day. Now, He'll only respond to me if I say something useful and not completely stupid. Which is rare, because I'm a 6-year-old kid after all. Ha ha. I creep myself out sometimes. Clap. All right, children. We shall now begin your assessment. This has no purpose other than to compare your progress quarterly. To do so, we must first get an initial estimate of what your kids can do. Are you ready? The tune-in brings attention back to himself, as he announces in enthusiasm. There's just no way these kids understood whatever he just said. Yeah. A large majority announced in excitement. I stand corrected. Or they just blindly comply at the chance of showing what they can do. Noteworthy though is the Ucha and Hyuga kids' lack of enthusiasm. A wide variety of stoic expressions on each of their childish faces paints quite a funny picture. Though their conduct isn't really a surprise. They are competitive people. To put it lightly, okay, form 5 rows for me, and each row will have a line of children. Come on. The guide orders as he begins to move children by gesturing them where to position themselves. I am in the first row around the back of the line. Shikamaru is behind me, and Choji is behind him. After we are all aligned according to the tune-in's orders, he explains. Now, the first of each row will go to the first course, where a tune-in will measure your time as you run. After you complete your course, you move on to the one next in number. If you have trouble as the course's designated tune-in, he'll direct you where you need to go. Any questions before we begin? Some hands were raised. Notably, Naruto's was also raised, as he was the first person in the second row. There was absolutely no way that the tune-in missed him. Though, expectedly, he was ignored and the tune-in pointed at an Inuzuka kid, noticeable by his clothes and look. If I have to poo, where do I go? He asks innocently, his face showing a bit of struggle at what I assume to be held back poo. Speak with the tune-in designated at your course once you enter. He'll tell you where to go. The tune-in guide elaborated with a cracked smile. At that, the rest of the hands were lowered. It seems they all had to either poo or pee. The tune-in's face at that realization was damn near close to being shattered. I mean, what kind of questions were you expecting to come from a bunch of 6-year-old children? I couldn't stop myself from deadpanning at the guy. Time skip. After some time, my turn has arrived. Before I was directed to the first course. Shikamaru and Choji wished me luck. Good luck. I hope you fall flat on your face, Shikamaru said snarkily. Good luck, Akira. Choji nodded. Gee. Thanks. Don't worry, Shika. You're next. Have fun. I throw them a confident smile, turning sadistic once I make eye contact with Shikamaru following my statement. I went ahead to the first course. The running section. Arriving at the course, I am met with my 4 fellow runners. That will be accompanying me through the rest of the courses as well if my understanding of this is correct. I recognize none of these people. Hey, good luck. A cheery kid wishes us luck, radiating golden retriever type energy. Well, who am I not to reciprocate a gesture of goodwill? Thanks. Hope you'll do well too. I smile back, what a nice kid. Okay, I need you kids to go ahead and stand behind the red line. You'll be measured in the time it takes you to complete 3 loops of this course. Measured at around a whole 3 kilometers. A glasses-wearing tune-in explains in monotony, pointing at the line. We all do as instructed and stand behind the line itself. Lines separate each runner, respectively, so we don't run into each other during the course. Before I begin, does anyone need to go pee or poo? He says in the same monotone tone of voice, making it a little funny that he said those childish words. I guess is not saying restroom because that's not in the vocabulary for most of these kids. It's a poo zone or pee zone in their head. I can respect that. No, nope. We respond in unison, good, on the count of 3. Once I say Geo, you start the course. The goal is to complete 3 loops. The pacing is up to you. Do you understand? Yeah. Come on, start already. I'm getting a little impatient here. Fantastic. Then. On your marks. I got into the running position. 3. I tense my leg muscles. The 6-year-old equivalent of muscles. Don't judge me. 2 I breathe in. 1 I breathe out. Go. I jump into motion, practically sprinting. I have been training for this since I was 4. The physical conditioning uncle put me and Sheikah through, as well as my own effort. It's time to see where I stand. I feel the wind on my face. I care not to look to my sides or behind me to see how I compare. I'll do the work and see the results later. Time skip. I'm about to finish my 3rd loop, and my breathing is starting to become a little haggard. Just a little more. Akira Noro. 7 minutes and 55 seconds. Great work. The Chunin announces neutrally, writing something down in his notebook. Huff. Thanks. I breathe out as I stop to catch my breath and calm down my rapidly beating heart. That was all for the sprint. Now, you're confused. How is a 6-year-old child running faster than most adults back on Earth? Well, to explain it shortly, the human limit is not quite set in stone thanks to chakra flowing through our veins. Pure physical conditioning has no speculated limit. It may stagnate, but theoretically speaking, it can grow limitlessly. Case in point. Mike Guy and Rock Lee. Through physical conditioning and training alone, they reached superhuman level feats. As such, conditioning and training in this world are much more rewarding and flexible. It's to the point I've heard of children being absurdly powerful. Yes, some children are absurdly powerful. Apparently, Itachi Uchiha is one of them. Yes, he's quite a popular and talked about figure in this village in general. Touted as a generational genius. He joined the bloody ANBU at 11 years old. The most elite and secretive force in the entire village, under direct orders from the Hokage. Missions of critical importance are delegated to them and only to them. At 11. How do I know this? The identities of ANBU are supposed to be secret and sensitive information, aren't they? Well, I don't really know. For some reason, Itachi Uchiha's admission and membership at the ANBU are publicly available information. Though, this isn't something to speculate about right now. Back to reality. I look to the side and now notice the last kid having stopped beside me. Probably finished his 3 loops now. Jin Nakamura. 15 minutes and 47 seconds. Good work. The Chunin repeated neutrally, writing the kid's results as well. Alright, you are done here. Move to the 2nd course over there to continue your assessment. The Chunin, having written down what he needed, pointed at the location of the 2nd course. We nod and all move as a unit toward the 2nd course location. What followed was really a lot of waiting, even after finishing the 1st course. It doesn't necessarily mean we can just start the 2nd one. We wait until the kids at the 2nd one are all done before we enter, and so on. I believe I've done fairly well in this practice range. All that dirt throwing I've been doing with Shikamaru has done wonders for my accuracy. That and my drawing gave me steadier fingers and grip. After that we moved on to the 3rd course, the obstacle course. It was a little rough. I fell because I failed to notice a spike, so I opted to get a little scraping of my knee. Much more favorable than getting stabbed. It's impressive how family-friendly and safe this course is. It's also the point where 2 of my companions either got injured or were too tired already. In either case, they dropped out of this assessment. I don't know if that means they are not going to be admitted to this academy, or that they are just going to continue the assessment later on. This isn't really information critical to me all in all. After that, nothing noteworthy happened. The 4th course went decently well. They asked me questions in regard to my hopes, dreams, intentions in the academy, and village-related things. I answered as patriotically as possible, of course. Glory to Konoha. Time skip. Now, I've arrived at the 5th and final course. This time, we were all ordered to wait patiently for the rest of the children to complete the first 4 courses. The first to arrive, of course, was Shikamaru and his squad of 4. It seems like they did better than my squad. He didn't look very impressed. How'd you do, Sheikah? I smile at him at his annoyed look. I did fine. It was troublesome, but our training is harder. He admitted easily, see? Isn't training wonderful? I poke a finger at his face. It has its uses. He admits begrudgingly, I'm happy you agree. I smirk victoriously. A few minutes after Shikamaru's arrival, Choji arrives, appearing extremely exhausted. The running. Shikamaru and I questioned the running. Choji nodded as he walked to us slumped. After an excruciatingly boring wait time for everyone to finish their 4 courses, we are finally gathered around by our guide as he begins setting up the duels. There seem to be around 50 children here. It seems 20 dropped out. 2 new Chunin instructors arrive in front of us, standing beside the guide. All right, there will be 3 duels each time. Along with my 2 partners here, we will call out 2 names at once. Once you are called out, arrive at the stage. Once you arrive, you will be dueling your opponent. No shots under the belt and no jutsu, if you know any. Taijutsu only. Be sure to form the sign of reconciliation upon finishing the duel regardless of your performance, loss, or victory. Those who fail to do so will be disqualified and assigned an automatic loss. Any questions? Surprisingly, no hands were raised. Most of the kids were excited at the prospect of fighting. Their blood boiling at the opportunity and excitement. Human aggression at its finest. And I am a victim of it as well. Though being excited about the chance of beating up 6-year-old kids would usually warrant a checkup to see if I'm alright upstairs, but I digress. Although, I am a bit skeptical and nervous. This will be my first fight in both my lives. That's right. I've never fought in any of my lives. Not even any martial arts or self-defense techniques. Now, my former life makes some sort of sense. But you may ask, why did I not learn any self-defense in this one? It seems elementary, even a necessary skill in this world. Especially when I'm under the care and in the household of a shinobi clan leader, for crying out loud. So then why? Why have I not learned any taijutsu skills or sparring? I don't know. I've asked my uncle multitudes of times, and each time he dodges the question and responds vaguely. To my indignation, saying I'll learn it at the academy, and leaving it at that. He isn't wrong. But wouldn't it be better to start early? Whatever. They're just 6-year-olds. How bad could it be? They'll probably run at me with their hands raised or something. Oh. It's starting. Nora Akira and Ucha Izuyui, please come to the stage. The Chunin guide announces the first battle. And what do you know? I'm the first one. Yay. Good luck, Akira. Choji gives me a reassuring smile. I'd forfeit if I were you. Shikamaru comments sympathetically. Ha ha. I wouldn't be surprised if you forfeit your fight. I laugh a little. They've made me work too much today. Depending on how troublesome my opponent looks, I'll forfeit. Shikamaru nodded, stating with finality, well, I'll be off. I announce confidently, not really confidently, as Shikamaru saw through my slightly nervous expression instantly, judging by his questioning look. I won't comment on it. I'll just rush to the stage. Scene change. I've arrived at the stage, and in front of me is a raven black-haired kid with coal-colored eyes. The typical Ucha look. My opponent. Are you ready? Yeah. I nod. The Ucha boy nods silently. All right. Start. At his announcement, I carefully observe my opponent. As he, for some reason, isn't going for an aggressive offensive rush towards me. I wait patiently as he observes me as well. Unmoving. No. Did he just get into a stance? Why does he know taijutsu stances? Uncle, you bastard. All right. I can do this. Activating taunt. Well, are you going to come at me or not? I wave my hand to taunt him. No response, only narrowed eyes. Hey. Go clobber him already. An annoying voice echoes from the crowd of children watching. That's probably Naruto, isn't it? Are you stupid? Where's your Ucha pride? I thought you guys were supposed to be the greatest clan in the village. I mock. His eyes begin to twitch and his teeth grit. Good, I'm close to getting what I want. Can't you see I'm mocking you and your mighty clan? Weird. Your eyesight should be exceptional, no? Sharingan and everything. Oh, what's that? You don't have one. Oh, no. You must be the runt of the litter. The disgrace. Ha ha. That did it all right. Ha! A squeaky and infuriated yell came out of the kid as he ran towards me. I readied myself as I moved to the side and threw a punch at him, which was expertly blocked. I was on the receiving end of a counter. Luckily, it wasn't too fast, as I moved my head to dodge the fist to the face. I gave him a retaliatory kick to the face, which he proceeded to block with his elbow, being pushed back by the force of my kick. He stops to observe me, barely held back from rushing in again as his face is twisted in fury. This is harder than I thought. He's not really strong or fast. It seems I have higher specs than him, but he's more skilled. I have to get him into a position where my superior strength does the work. What would work? What would work? Aha! I need to grab hold of him. Wrestle him to the ground. All right. Plan made. Time to execute. Step. I take a step forward as I break into a sprint. I position myself to tackle him, but bang. He reacted quickly and kicked me straight in the jaw, even for a weak kick. I am dropped to the ground at the impact. That bloody hurts. This kid. Spit. I spit blood. I got up quickly before my defeat was announced, getting an awed reaction from the crowd at the recovery from that devastating blow. I glare at the kid, who's now smirking victoriously. His face angered me like I've never been angered before. You damn. I lose myself for a second and form a dog-looking hand sign. Before I was about to do something I'd regret later, the guide noticed the hand sign and thankfully quickly chastised me. Noro. No jutsu. This is your first and last warning. Yes, sir. Sorry. I quickly nod and agree in a panic. Shit. This kid really got me mad. I nearly got him mauled. I need to think clearly for a second. Breathe in. Breathe out. All right. I'll try to feint him. I look at that annoying and proud smirk. Yeah, lower your guard for me. Why don't you? I follow up with my plan. I rush at him once again, in a sprint. His smirk widens as he notices me positioning myself once again for a tackle, thinking I'm stupid for repeating the same move that failed. But here's the stupid one. For I expect the kick this time, sliding under it and getting up behind the kid. Gasp. He gasps in surprise. But it's too late. I grab him and slam him to the ground, getting on top of him. Gah! He grunts in pain at the sudden drop as I get on top of him, just as I was about to decorate the Ucha kid's face with my fist. My victory was announced as the guide noticed it was my win there. And it won't be a good ending for the Ucha kid if he continues the match. Stop. Winner. Noro Akira. He announces. And the kiddie crowd goes absolutely wild. But I don't care what kind of reception this embarrassment got. I drop to my knees in both physical and mental exhaustion. That was unnecessarily hard. To be this pressed by a 6-year-old. If I weren't considerably stronger physically than this kid, I'd have lost. This is embarrassing. The first thing I do when I come back is force Uncle to get me training as well as an explanation. There is just no reason for me to be untrained and for this Ucha kid, who isn't even related to the head family, to be much more educated in taijutsu. It doesn't work in my head. Why is this the case? My face shows frustration as the guide tells both me and the Ucha kid to form the seal. Form the seal, kids. He orders. Both I and the Ucha kid begrudgingly form the seal. Both of us were frustrated for differing reasons. Do you need to see the nurse? The guide asked me as I was kicked in the jaw. No, I'm fine. Can I go now? I respond with gritted teeth. You can get back to the crowd. He nodded, arriving back at the crowd after wiping the blood from my mouth and face. Where Choji and Shikamaru are seated, I am greeted with a hero's welcome. At least by Choji, as he looks at me starry-eyed. That was amazing, Akira. You were fine from that strong kick. He praised me, thanks. I respond with a sad smile, giving a short sentence. Even a win is not enough to satisfy you. Shikamaru questions with a raised eyebrow. No. It's not that. It's just that he was much more skilled than me. And I don't understand why Uncle was so insistent on not letting us spar or learn taijutsu. This was way too close. I express my frustration to my cousin easily. I have a rough idea as to why, Shikamaru says mysteriously. Well, carry on. I ask, my interest now piqued. I won't tell you. You can ask Dad, Shikamaru says simply. What? Why? I ask, angry again. Looking him in the eye in indignation, you were too much of a drag today, and all actions have consequences. He said sagely, oh come on. I've only been teasing you today. Come on, Shikamaru. Be a pal. I'm your brother, aren't I? Adopted. I hope you fight the worst opponent here. Furthermore, I hope he clobbers you to an unrecognizable figure, I say with my whole heart. Then it is very unfortunate that as of seeing your match, I will be forfeiting my fight no matter who my opponent is. Sigh. I sigh as I lean back and murmur curse words at my cousin. Still infuriated and trying hard to calm down my irritation at the embarrassing fight. Akira, 0 Shikamaru. 1. I hope I don't have to hit someone too hard. Choji expresses his concern about not hurting his opponent. Time skip. Finally done. Shikamaru, to my dismay, forfeited to his opponent, despite it being Sakura. Choji simply refused to hit his opponent, having lost by just standing there and taking hits. After that, the Chunin guide began his announcement. I'm proud to announce that we are finally done with the initial assessment. Do keep in mind this will repeat quarterly. Now, I will announce the top 5 individuals for every course, some according to results and some according to personal performance assessment done by us Chunin. Some noteworthy rankings were: Course 1, 1st place, Nora Akira 2nd place, Uchiha Sasuke 3rd place, Uzumaki Naruto 5th place, Nora Shikamaru. Course 2, 1st place, Uchiha Sasuke 2nd place, Haruno Sakura 3rd place, Nora Akira 4th place, Nora Shikamaru 5th place, Shino Aburame. Course 3, 1st place, Uzumaki Naruto 2nd place, Nora Akira 3rd place, Uchiha Sasuke 5th place, Nora Shikamaru. Course 4, 1st place, Nora Shikamaru 2nd place, Haruno Sakura 3rd place, Nora Akira 4th place, Yamanaka Aino 5th place, Inazuka Kiba. Course 5, 1st place, Uchiha Sasuke 2nd place, Aburame Shino 3rd place, Inazuka Kiba 5th place, Akira Nora. All in all, I'm satisfied with my performance. With this, I'm top 3 overall. That really depends on how this thing is graded and how it's divided. Ultimately, not too bad. Except for the duel. I have to work on that ASAP. After the results were announced, we were released for our lunch break and to gather back here in the duel grounds in 45 minutes. Time skip. Having calmed down my frustrations, I ate my lunchbox made by Auntie, with Choji and Shikamaru, under the shade of one of the many trees here. Choji initially invited Aino to join us, but she declined and said she'd be eating with her friends and Sakura. We arrive back at the duel grounds. The guide is there with the 2 other Chunin instructors beside him. For class distribution, I will be saying your names and class numbers. The instructor to my left is Class 1. To the right is Class 2. You will be forming a line in front of him, and he will lead you to your new class once all the names and kids are distributed to their respective classes. Are you ready? He announces it with a considerable amount of excitement and enthusiasm. Probably happy this is all coming to an end. Honestly can't blame him. Yeah. Most of the kids announce happily. Of course, I wasn't one of them. I'm edgy and cool. At that, he begins to call out names and direct the kids to their class and instructor. My name has yet to come up, but from what I've discovered, Class 1, which Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino were directed to, is the class where, according to my memory, the rest of the Rookie 9 are designated. Me, being an outlier, I might be in Class 2. Nor Akira. Class 1. And I stand corrected. Internally happy with this arrangement, though I'd be fine either way. But this is still rather suspicious. Why are all the high-profile children in the same class and not separated? Is it to make them mingle and form meaningful connections that continue on to adulthood once they are powerful, influential, and unified? Heavens no. That would be so unfair. Ha ha. Once we formed a line. Our class was at complete membership. We followed our instructor as he made his way into the building of the academy. On the first floor, at the end of the first hallway, upon taking a right, we arrive at a door that has a sign saying 1A. My class for the year. A classroom would be an understatement. It looks like a lecture room. A tall and spacious room with many chairs and a large blackboard and stage, where the instructor can see everyone in the room properly. Upon entering, we are all free to sit wherever we like, and that will be our permanent seat until further notice. Once taking a seat to Choji's left, I drop my head to the table. Time to relax. Alright, students. I am your instructor and homeroom teacher for the year at the Konoha Academy for Shinobi Arts. My name is Suzuki Aroki. I hope we'll have a great time and a productive learning experience. Our short, blonde-haired, green-eyed, tall Chunin instructor said with a mix of enthusiasm and professionalism. Here's the schedule. He releases a strong gust of wind from his mouth, awing us and making a lot of paper fly all around the room. We all grab a paper each and see that it is our schedule and curriculum lessons. Neat. And that's all for today. Do make sure to arrive on time according to the schedule and be punctual. A shinobi must always be punctual. Dismissed. Oh, thank God. I've got to take a shit. And we all know school restrooms are not to be trifled with. Third person POV. Following the entrance ceremony. At the academy around evening time, at the Noro clan head household, we see a young boy of 6 years old exiting the restroom with a blissful smile on his face. There is no need for further elaboration on the source of his blissful smile. Upon collecting himself, though, he transitions it into an excited and hyped smile, expecting something great to occur in the near future. That boy is, of course, our protagonist. Akira. Akira POV. Alright. Now that I've achieved freedom, it's time to go and play with my power. Not a very responsible approach. But I've waited way too long. I begin to make my way towards the door outside, and on my way there I see, to my annoyance, Uncle Shikaku at the end of the hallway. Him? Akira? I see you're already making use of your newfound privileges. Uncle Shikaku says with folded arms and a knowing smirk. HMPH. Of course. Also, you and I need to talk when I'm back. I look at him with a glint in my eye, a threatening glint. What? Mad you almost lost to that Uchiha kid? He poked fun. His smirk widened. Shikamaru told you. I asked incredulously. Well, you were being completely silent on the way home, responding only with, and I quote, "It was fine and I did alright," and refusing to elaborate. Made me worry a little. He shrugged, that traitor. I grumble under my breath. By the way, did you ask Shikamaru if he wanted to come with you? Or are you planning on going outside alone? I did ask him back when we finished our initiation. He refused me in a heartbeat, saying he needs to recharge in his room after that entire debacle. I wave my hand at my cousin's lack of energy. I see. He nods anyway. I won't be holding you up too long. Have fun outside. Make sure you are careful and get back by 9 p.m. I honestly don't care when you get back, but Yoshino would kill me if I didn't give you a deadline. He says in a half-assed professional manner. Yeah. Stranger danger and scream for help, and some jonin would magically appear and save me from whatever idiot has the balls to attack the child of a clan head. Again, I still think it's stupid that I needed an escort up until I was 6 years old. I roll my eyes as I pass by my uncle. Sigh. Language. Akira. Who even taught you those words? He wondered to himself if I felt generous and gave him a clue who could have taught me those words. It'd be funny. Uncle Inoichi is rather foul-mouthed when drunk, I say innocently as I pass through the door and promptly close it. Not staying to observe Uncle's reaction to the information. Throwing Inoichi under the bus is always funny. And I'm not wrong. He gets rather creative when complaining about his job at the intelligence division. Of course, this only occurs when he is intoxicated. Usually, he is a rather composed and silly fellow, making weird faces at Aino and her friends to try and make them laugh and embarrass her, which I wholeheartedly approve of. Moving on. Alright. I take a look at the position of the sun, seeing it being around 6 p.m. or so. A skill I've mastered during my agonizing time as a reincarnated toddler. Also, I was too lazy to take a look at the clock. Regardless, I've got 3 hours to try it out. Onwards. To the Naruto forest. Time skip. I arrived at the Naruto forest without much trouble except for the rather abrupt interrogation I was forced into by the guard at the entrance. He was willing to let me in once he realized exactly who I am. Privileges. People. I proceed to make my way towards the deeper and more secluded end of the forest. Short time skip. After traveling off-road for a good 15 minutes, I stop and turn my head left and right to make sure the coast is clear. Looks empty enough. I announce cheerfully, okay. Now to make myself comfortable. I make my way towards a nearby tree, prop down onto the ground, and lean on the tree for maximum comfort. I close my eyes as I mentally prepare myself and think through what I know and don't know about my power, the 10 Shadows technique. The 10 Shadows technique. What is it? It is an inherited technique that uses shadows as an intermediary to allow its user to summon 10 different Shikigami. Cursed spirit monsters, so to speak. That's also why it's called the 10 Shadows technique. 10 shadows. No more, no less. However, cursed spirits don't exist in the Naruto world. The closest thing I can think of is the nine-tailed fox spirit. It's a spirit all right, but it's not a cursed one. Moving on. The chakra translation of a cursed spirit is chakra constructs or creatures. That's the terminology of the creatures I summoned, so to speak. This is a curious piece of information, as my initial understanding of the technique prior to obtaining it was that the Shikigami I summon are made out of shadows. This is wrong. They are chakra constructs, as I've mentioned, summoned from wherever they originate from, using shadows as the means of transportation. They are not shadows themselves. Now onto the summons themselves. When someone inherits the technique, hint, me, they receive the first of the Shikigami, a duo of 2 dogs called the Divine Dogs. The user of the 10 shadows uses the initial Divine Dogs to run the Shadow Gauntlet, as I term it, to obtain the rest of the shadows. That's right. In order to get the rest of the 9 shadows, I must challenge them to mortal combat and defeat them in an exorcism ritual. A ritual that does not end unless one of us dies, or some unique technique can invalidate it. Really ominous. The ritual itself can be performed around multiple people. However, defeating the Shikigami in that type of ritual will invalidate it, ultimately resulting in no reward. An exercise in futility, if you will. What's important to note, though, is something I didn't know from the manga. It is that a victory against a Shikigami in a ritual only counts when it is defeated either by my hand or by my Shikigami's hands. Any other means of victory will invalidate the ritual. What this translates to is, I can't use external traps to cheese the fight. A warehouse full of explosive tags activated upon the summoning wouldn't result in a tamed Shikigami, even if I were the one to set them up all on my own. Also, this is the limit of my information in regard to that. I have no way of knowing whether if I use a weapon to assist me in the ritual will invalidate it or not. Sigh. Damn it. Once defeated, though, the shadows are mine to summon and use as I please, using shadowgraphic hand signs to conjure them to reality. Conveniently memorized and ingrained in my head upon the technique's arrival. Upon use, cursed energy, or chakra in my case, is used to manifest the Shikigami from tangible liquid shadows. It goes without saying that the Shikigami are versatile and they do differ from each other. There is a toad, there is a snake, etc. Also, the stronger it is, the more chakra it'll cost to summon. That's the basics. Here's an important detail. Shikigami of the 10 shadows cannot be summoned again when they are completely destroyed or killed. That's bad. Real bad. Extremely bad. Or so I thought. But in actuality, when a Shikigami of the 10 shadows is destroyed, its power is inherited by the rest of the Shikigami. What does that tell me? Not a lot. It's extremely vague. I have no idea if the inheritance of power means strictly the unique ability of the Shikigami being inherited. Or are the physical capabilities also being inherited? Does the summoning of an inherited ability Shikigami cost more chakra? Etc. The only example is from Megumi's totality Shikigami, a result of the Black Wolf inheriting its dead sibling's power. Suffice it to say, I'm not really eager to test that out anytime soon. All that means is I have to play safe with my resources and hope I don't have to learn the hard way what happens when one of my only 10 Shikigami gets destroyed. Grr. What a hassle. Now, that's about the main function of the 10 Shadows technique. There's also another neat little ability it provides me. It's actually the only thing I've been able to do prior to what I'm about to try now. I can manipulate shadows to a small degree. In manipulation, I mean, I can hide and store things in shadows, as well as myself. Keeping things in the shadows costs no chakra, only taking them in or out. Time also doesn't seem to pass in there. The problem with this is the limit of how much I can store is in direct correlation to my strength. Literally, how much I can carry. Whatever is held in there, I feel the full brunt of its burden. For example, that one time I stored a table inside the shadows. Nearly broke my back and had to eject it immediately upon registering the pain. It's what I've been doing to pass the time and practice in my own room. I've been moving from the shadow of one piece of furniture to the other. There is a chakra cost depending on the distance I try and move as I enter the shadows myself. Curiously, this doesn't affect everything else. I can store something in the shadow of a table and take it out from the shadow of a pole a few hundred feet away without any difference in chakra consumption. I've also been trying to store as much as I can and trying to launch those things like some poor version of Gates of Babylon. Needless to say, that didn't work. At all. But it was a cool attempt nonetheless. So far, I haven't thought of any decent practical use of it. It just seems like a really shitty inventory with cool gimmicks. As it encumbers me too much if I try and carry a whole set of equipment. Then again it could change and be amazing when I'm stronger. I'll try and be optimistic here. Not that it did me any favors in the past. Well, it's pretty good for storing food and or hiding things I've stolen from Shikamaru just to annoy him. He will never find his favorite shogi piece. Sigh. Guess this power is not as overwhelmingly powerful as I expected and needed it to be when I got it. I complain rather ungratefully, shaking my head. Anyways, gotta work with what you got, I say as my eyes burst open, and I proceed to stand up, having finished my review of the known information regarding my gifted power. Patting myself off any leaves and dirt it's time. I murmur excitedly, "Here we go." I announce as I form the hand signs. Divine dogs. I shout aloud. My hands formed a shadow in the shape of a dog head. At that, I felt an immediate noticeable dip in my chakra, followed by liquid shadows quickly moving to form. Twin wolves. One of white-colored fur and the other is black-colored fur. Both in front of me, in a sitting position, observing me in curiosity. Upon first glance, I notice that they are a bit larger in comparison to regular wolves. The first major achievement of doing anything remotely supernatural and useful, except that neat shadow storage trick, overwhelmed my mind. Oh yeah. I let out a creepy, pleased voice. This proves to confuse the wolves. They tilt their heads to the side at my leering gaze. Now this is weird. I feel an unnatural connection between the wolves. It's like another sense has been added to me. I can tell where they are, how healthy they are, and the basics of their unique ability as the divine dogs. That is what I can tell so far. Do you understand what I'm saying? I ask the wolves who are gazing at me patiently. Both of them nod simultaneously. Good. Okay. Let's try this. I prod at the connection I feel between them and ask them in my mind, "If you hear me, shake your head." I think as I focus on the connection between us. A moment passes. And no reaction. Must be a fluke, haha. Let's try again. Upon noticing my face turning a bit conflicted, they glance at me in worry. I ignore this reaction to focus on something incredibly important. If you hear me, shake your head. I repeat this time, mentally gritting my teeth. Another moment passes and, now that's just great, isn't it? I roar as my face forms into an enraged expression, and I grab my head in frustration, further confusing the wolves. Guess I'll mentally note the telepathic communication as a work in progress. I know I should be able to do it. I grumble in reluctant acceptance, eager to move on to more exciting tests. Alright. Speed test. On my command, I'd like you both to run as fast as you can for 30 seconds. I announce with a newly formed smile, clapping my hands at the wolves. They understand and immediately get into position, awaiting my command. Wow. Smarter than I'd expected. Okay. I point at them. 3, 2, 1. Go. As they, to my complete bewilderment, zoom past my sight. Having lost sight of the wolves around 4 seconds into the run. The only evidence of their existence, the connection between us, is them pinging me their location. And they've gone really far. My slack-jawed expression need not be emphasized. That's insane. I rattle out, sweat dropping at the unexpected performance. Okay, calm down. Don't get overexcited, Akira. You may have been underestimating them too much. Seeing they've stopped exactly after 30 seconds, I shake my head as I try to ping them to come back. You did great. Now come back. I think as I focus on the connection between us. A moment passes, and their location has not changed. Should have thought about telling them to come back after they're done. I'm an idiot. I reluctantly break into a sprint towards the wolves. Why am I in a rush? You ask. Well, there isn't much time left. I hope I can get another test in before I'm out of juice. Oh. How could I? I forgot to mention this teeny tiny detail. Summoning the divine dogs does cost a decent amount of chakra at this point. Oh, but it doesn't end there. It costs me chakra to maintain them summoned as well. Ha ha. So fun. God, why? Just a small movement to the left on the wheel and I would have gotten the Almighty from Bleach instead of this. Although, a turn to the right on the wheel would have gotten me Pop-Off from My Hero Academia, and that would have definitely not been good. Complaining aside, I'm back to see the wolves standing regally and patiently. What good boys you are. I compliment them as I make my way to pet them both. I stretch my hand to reach to their heads and pet them, painting a strange picture. Soft fur. Perhaps I was too harsh in my criticism of this technique. This fur's amazing. Ahem. Alright, last test boys before I have to dispel you two. I want you to strike that tree with all your strength. Now. I point at a tree as I command them. They burst into speed without hesitation, taking a bite each respectively of the tree's bark. Their jaw struggles a bit, but eventually, they manage to tear through a piece of the tree each, spitting out a large piece of bark out of their mouth. Stronger than regular wolves, all right. Tearing through the Hashirama tree like that wouldn't be possible for a regular wolf. Faster is also a no-brainer. I mumble my observations. Okay. It was nice to meet you guys. I'll be dispelling you now. I'll pass out in a minute if I don't. I smile at them. They give me a nod before I dispel them with an intended thought. They begin to melt in front of me, painting a rather disturbing and gruesome picture. Ugh. Might have gotten a little sick at that. I grimace. I shake my head. Okay. Time to form my conclusions. I move towards a nearby tree to begin mentally noting down. I sit back down once again, collecting my thoughts. Firstly, I need a notebook for this. ASAP, there's no way I'll remember every detail I learned through this, except the basics I've already got etched into my psyche. Secondly, chakra drainage is a problem and flaw of the technique. I can maintain as of this point the divine dogs for around 5 minutes before I'm out of chakra. This is 0 to 100, mind you. If I were to use other jutsu, not that I know any right now, I'd probably be able to keep them active for a minute or two. I don't know how much chakra jutsu use is, so this is mere guesswork at best. I just hope this will be an issue that is solved through natural progression in the future. Thirdly, the divine dogs themselves. They are intelligent. I haven't had enough time to test exactly how capable they are, but I've got time to test that out, so no pressure. Strength and speed-wise, so far they are obviously stronger than me. By leaps and bounds, if I may add. My real question, though, will not be relevant until the far future. Can they get stronger? If they can, how? Do I infuse them with chakra? Do they automatically get stronger in relation to me? I know Sukuna in Megumi's body was able to strengthen the shadows, if I recall correctly, It was not really explained how, though. Relative to the average genin. How strong are the divine dogs? I have absolutely no idea. Maybe they could maul a genin or two. Or maybe a genin would demolish them. No clue, to be frank with you. I'd have to sick them on a genin to find out. And I'm not really a big fan of that plan. Considering they can die permanently, and they're not an expendable resource. A lot of questions, but not enough answers. Fourthly, telepathic communication between me and the Shikigami needs some work. It's possible, I'm certain of it. I guess it's just something I need to train and eventually figure out. Fifthly, I have yet to test their unique ability to track. It has been translated from being able to detect curses and notify me when one is close to being capable of detecting chakra-dense areas and individuals and notifying me when one is close, in addition to their enhanced sense of smell as wolves. The range of this ability is also something I have no clue about. So it's the first on my list for the next set of tests. Which won't be happening today, of course. Sixth, there's absolutely too much detail missing in this technique. An example would be the lack of mentioning anything about me being able to use a Shikigami's power without summoning it. Sukuna was able to do it when he took over Megumi's body. Summoning Mahoruga's wheel without it being manifested, or I'm just missing something. Either way, it's unknown whether this is something I'm capable of doing, or it's just something possible to achieve only when you are Raiman Sukuna, which I am not. Unfortunately. Seventh, on a more optimistic note, I'm a 6-year-old child capable of summoning deadly wolves at the first sight of danger. Fear me. Anyways, that's that. There's just one thing I've been contemplating for too long. Trying out the technique for the first time and experiencing the reality of how troublesome it is forces me to ask the question once again. A fate-changing decision depending on how this goes. Should I reveal the ability to my family? I have no idea how chakra works. This technique has now been translated to chakra. Something I have no idea nor familiarity about, except knowing I have it and how much. That's it. No applicable option except the 10 shadows itself as of now. What I mean is, I need guidance. It's obvious. The question is, would I get stronger and learn how to utilize this technique better if I revealed it to my family? Get specialized training because I have what could be termed a brand new Kekkei Genkai. Chakra theory, training, etc. A freaking course. I would get stronger and more adept if I were to get training. Eventually, whether I like it or not, this power will be revealed. So why prolong the inevitable? Looking at it from this angle, it's the obvious decision. However, I need to look at the cons. First, as someone who has been in this world for 6 years, I've learned that brand new Kekkei Genkai are big news for shinobi villages. There have been multitudes of attempts to obtain coveted Kekkei Genkai. The most notable and recent are the Hyuga affair and the related Kumoga cure. There's also the bloodline purge in Kiriga cure. Now that would have been an atrocious place to reincarnate into. Moving on, if the village discovers that a new Kekkei Genkai has appeared, there is no larger spotlight imaginable than that being directed straight at me. I can't even begin to fathom what the reaction and subsequent treatment I get will be. I've thought about excuses to cover my power's identity, but it isn't possible until I'm much older and capable of making use of those excuses. That takes time. And time is money, as they say. Why am I explaining this? Well, there is a chance my uncle-aunt will reveal this technique to others outside the close family. Most notably, Noro clan elders. They aren't as prideful and egotistical as the Uchiha and Hyuga, to my knowledge. But, you never know. They might want to flex a little and announce the coming of a new Kekkei Genkai to the Noro. Honor to the clan and all those abstract and pathetic concepts that might make you lose a significant advantage. I have checked for a Kekkei Genkai policy or something like that in the Noro clan. And there's nothing of the sort. Nothing. Zilch. So I'm clueless about the overall reaction to such a reveal. That in addition to not having any prior contact with the Noro clan elders. Besides that one time, they came to greet and congratulate Shikamaru on his 5th birthday and survival in this world. I'm not much of a people person, so I couldn't really tell what kind of people they were at a glance. Though I could tell Uncle tolerates them, he doesn't explicitly like them. Not a good sign. And at this point, I am weak and unable to defend myself. I would be guarded. Sure. In such a case. But this attention may have unseen consequences. It's a risky move. Certainly. However, all those cons break down before the question I present and simultaneously respond to. A simple question with a simple answer invalidates the entire argument and allows me to reach a final answer as to whether or not I should reveal the technique now. Can I trust my family? Memories of the last 6 years of me being adopted into them and living my life with them. Nurtured and up to being admitted to the academy, they flash before my eyes as I think of all the times, good, bad, and embarrassing, I've had and will continue to have. The answer comes up to the front of my mind, crashing down like a thunderbolt. Of course, I trust them. I say with conviction it'd be downright disrespectful and disgusting of me to not trust them. I have been nurtured for 6 years, from a baby to a kid by them, and if God or that reincarnation dragon will let me have this one thing, it'll continue until I'm independent. Sigh. Haha. What a waste of time. Pros. Cons. I was asking the wrong question. The answer was really simple at the end of it all. I chuckle at my usual overcomplication of issues. And with that, I come to terms with my plan of action. I will reveal my ability to my family. Ask for training and guidance. They'll help me learn and use my power. I'm certain of it. Because I trust them. It was just that simple. And whatever happens, happens, I guess. I open my eyes, satisfied with my course of action as I proceed to pat myself off and get up, deciding to make my way back home. Although, still a bit of time left before my deadline. I comment upon seeing the night sky, the sun having recently set. Around 8 p.m? Enough to try that. My excitement renewed, and I made a change of plans to go try something I'd been dying to try for way too long. It baffles me as to how it could be that I haven't tried it when I've lived 6 years in this village already. I make my way toward my intended destination. A skip to my step along the way. Time skip. Good, I'm here, I announce, having arrived in front of a rather unassuming building with an open booth in front, 6 seats in total. A big sign at the front reading Ichiraku Ramen. Finally, the chance to taste the infamous ramen. All those times I nagged at Auntie to go here. And the housewife always responded with, "Why would you want to eat that unhealthy stuff? We have perfectly good food at home." Darn her and her semi-correct logic. Still, it couldn't have hurt to try it at least once. Sigh. Calm down. Akira. You are free. You may now indulge in noodle goodness, Auntie Nag-free. I make my way inside, passing through the sheets that block the way. Sorry for intruding. My squeaky voice echoes through the establishment as I am met with the infamous ramen booth. Wow, it's exactly as I remember it. Welcome. A welcoming tone of voice is heard and I turn my head and stare up at the owner of the establishment. A brown-turning grey-haired individual, garbed in a chef's whites. A kind and welcoming smile was directed at me, as well as his weird closed-eye look. How does he see me? Really weird. But he seems like a jovial guy. Oh, you are a new customer. Did you come with your parents? He asks kindly as he seems to be multitasking with some soup, cutting me out of my thoughts. No, I've just heard a lot about this place and I wanted to try it out. I explain, I see my reputation precedes me. Ha. Alright, you can sit down, take a look at the menu, and tell me what you'll have. You can take your time. Okay. I nod as I move towards the rather tall stools. The struggles of being short. I climb the stool like a tree, as I'm too short to get on it. An amused look is sent at me by the owner. Having successfully sat down on the stool, I take a look at the menu. Spying what I wanted to try, I ordered immediately. I'd like a miso ramen with pork, please. Coming right up. I aim. Bring me a bowl. He barks out an order, yes, Dad. A squeaky and nervous voice responds, it's chef when we're working. He chastises. Yes, chef. She nervously corrects herself. I take a look over beyond the booth to see a little girl. Well, objectively, little girl. In my eyes she might as well be a giant. Around 11 years old or so, struggling at even bringing a bowl properly. Poor girl. Short time skip. Bam. A bowl of miso ramen with pork is set in front of me. 1 miso ramen with pork. He announces happily as he sets it down. And boy, what a daunting mountain to climb. It seems like Ichiraku ramen is rather generous with its portions. This bowl could probably feed 2 grown men, let alone a 6-year-old child like me. This might be the standard, though. Shinobi burn an excessive amount of calories. This might as well count as a snack. What's wrong, kid? Something not to your liking. He notices my reluctance to dig in. No. Sir, it's just that it's a lot of food. I answered his question. Oh. Ha. Usually, my shinobi regulars complain it's not enough. And no need for formalities. Kid, my name is Tucci. What's yours? He chuckles at my unusual response. I'm Akira Nora, nice to meet you. I nod nice to meet you as well. But Nora? The compound's quite a distance away from here. You came all the way here to try my ramen. He asks, genuinely curious with a hint of being flattered. I nod wordlessly. Well, what are you waiting for? Try it out. Tell me if you like it. Ha. His mood is now even more jovial than before, right? Here goes. I nod itadakimasu slurp. I taste the soup. This is really good. I keep my poker face intact, as I sense his judgmental gaze. Okay, let's try the whole package now. I grab the chopsticks and grab a few noodles with the pork. Slurp. Gulp. Holy guacamole. This shit's insane. Alright, I have to give proper feedback. Tucci-san, this is insanely good. Why is this place empty right now? I compliment and ask in genuine curiosity. Like, honestly, how is this place not crowded right now? Just the reaction I expected. He nodded, a pleased and rather prideful expression now on his face. To answer your question, well, most of my regulars here are shinobi, and they are most likely either on a mission or generally busy. He responds neutrally. What about civilian customers? I ask as I eat while we talk. His face twists into a pained and rather furious expression. To my confusion, I used to have a lot of them a few years ago. At this hour it'll be crowded with civilian customers. He answers, but recently they've stopped coming because they are afraid of a mere harmless and innocent 6-year-old boy I'm serving. Absurd. What did that boy do to deserve such treatment? So to spite those fools, I feed him for free whenever he has nothing to eat. I would much rather idiots like that never come to my business ever again. He roars out in rage. Dad, calm down. I comes to pull at his leg to placate his now angered expression. Oh. Now it makes sense. It's Naruto, isn't it? The mere association with him causes people to lose business, it seems. Tucci seems to be lucky because he has a loyal shinobi customer base and his product is of genuine quality. I can attest to that. Damn, that's really sad. Sorry for bringing that up. I apologize as I lower my head. Sigh. It's fine. I just get heated whenever that comes up. I'm happy the idiots never come here and grumble about the poor kid. He sighs and flashes a renewed smile as I bring my head back up. Speaking of, you seem to be his age. Are you in the academy as well? He makes conversation. Yes, I just joined today. I nod. Oh. What a coincidence. Have you met Naruto? He starts, but I interrupt him. Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, I've seen him but I haven't really talked to him. I respond quickly, not really interested in moving the conversation in his direction. He noticed my reluctance to speak about him, so a rather awkward silence formed. Luckily, I was not planning on staying here long enough for the awkward silence to really suffocate me. Slurp. I stop eating after consuming around a quarter of the entire loaded bowl. I silently take my wallet out of the shadows that form inside my pocket, making it seem like it was there all along. It'll be 90 Rio, right? I confirm the price. It's free for you. Consider it an investment for the future. He winks at me weird. But okay. I'm not one to complain at the prospect of a free dinner. I pocket my wallet back into the shadows. Thanks. It was really good. I'll be coming back. I announce as I hop off the tall stool. It was a pleasure to serve you, Akira. Do come back. His voice becomes a bit muffled as I exit the establishment, back to the nighttime streets of Konoha. I was in there for too long. I hope I make it in time. That Naruto business really killed my mood though. Time skip. I arrive at my home's door, only to open it and be met with a pissed off auntie blocked my way in. Nora. Akira. Where have you been? She states with a voice sending shivers down my spine. Look, auntie, I know I'm late to the deadline uncle set me. Sorry. My bad. I was eating at Ichiraku's, and I was paralyzed by its exquisite flavor. I quickly admit my wrongdoing and bend my body 90 degrees to apologize. A moment of silent contemplation passes as she seems to arrive at a bone-chilling response to my plea for mercy. Kitchen duty. 2 weeks. No, you wouldn't. I reply, flabbergasted. One more word of complaint and it'll be 3. Yes, I reply, downtrodden. Good. She nods as she moves aside, letting me pass. Auntie, is Uncle home? I ask from a distance, turning my head back towards her. Yes, though he won't be able to save you from kitchen duty. She says with a sadistic smirk. I wasn't planning on asking for any help. God, that woman is scary. I think as I turn around once again to make my way through the hallway and towards my uncle's office. I've got important things to discuss with him, after all. I'll get mad about that kitchen duty punishment later. Short time skip. Having arrived inside Uncle's office, he starts. What is it, Akira? You wanted to speak with me? Uncle Shikaku asks as he is midway through some troublesome clan-related paperwork, as he terms it. A couple of things. I warned you beforehand that I'd be coming to question you. But first I wanted to ask, why haven't you trained us in taijutsu and sparring? I asked, my eyes narrowed at my uncle, who wasn't even giving me eye contact. Sigh. Honestly, I'd hoped you would taste defeat in your initiation at the academy. It's a shame you beat that Uchiha kid. He sighed as he raised his eyes to look at me, his tone disappointed. What? You wanted me to lose? Why? I respond in bewilderment. It's simple, really, so you become more motivated to train and be serious in your efforts at the academy, especially to not get conceited that you are above everyone else just because of your familial advantages. He explains easily. But that doesn't even make any sense. You know me. That's a pointless act. I roar out, tell me, Akira, after you nearly lost to that Uchiha kid, how did you feel? What does it matter? It doesn't justify, just humor me, answer the question. He cuts me off as he gestures to me to answer his damned question, this damn old man. I felt pathetic, embarrassed even. I want to get stronger, so such an embarrassment never occurs again. The fight was way too close for comfort. I recall the memories of today's fight. It really grated on my nerves. And if you were to win the fight easily, thanks to advanced training, what would happen? I think I see his point. I'd get overconfident and expect the rest of my fights to be extremely easy. I hazard a guess. Bingo. Exactly that. And that's something critical to avoid in the career of a shinobi. You are young, so losing, especially during the academy, is important for your development. So you won't lose in the future when the stakes are much greater. He elaborates patiently, I see. I reluctantly begin to accept his words, seeing his logic and thought process. He notices my look and explains further. Us clans like the Noro, Akimichi, Yamanoka, Aburame, and so on, are much more mellow in comparison to the Uchiha and Hyuga. Don't tell anyone I said this, but training your child in taijutsu and ninjutsu when he's very young just so you can take pride in him beating other less trained children in an academy scuffle is pathetic. It's been proven time and time again that the arrogance, ego, and sense of invincibility the children of these clans get as a subsequent result of their effortless victory over other children come back to bite them in more high-stakes situations, even costing them their lives. He goes on a tangent to further prove his point. Wow, it's that deep? Akira, Who do you think has the highest statistical mortality rate on the battlefield for young genin among the clans? He questions me, cutting me out of my thoughts. No idea. I shake my head. The Uchiha, only followed by the Hyuga. Interesting statistic, isn't it? He puts the nail in the coffin of my argument. His point has been made completely clear. Though, I'd wanted Shikamaru to lose as well. But I know that brat well enough that it wouldn't really do any good for him. If he somehow gets conceited, then I'm a balding Hyuga. He jokes around. Okay. I understand. Thanks, uncle. I thank him for the explanation, my rage now dying down and slowly being switched into slight apprehension and nervousness in regard to the next topic. Any time. You seem like there's something else you want to talk about. He notices my nervous look, raising his eyebrow at that. I might not have thought through exactly how I'll be revealing this properly. Uncle, I need help and training. I say simply to start it off. Training you'll be getting at the academy. Clan-related ninjutsu and training you'll be getting after you learn how to mold chakra at the academy. He says with finality and a touch of impatience. No, not that, uncle. I don't know how to explain this. I hesitate. I trust them. I do. Spit it out. Well, spit it out. His patience is now wearing thin. I think I have a Kekkei Genkai. I say, trying my best to keep eye contact. Elaborate. He says with narrowed eyes, practically piercing me. That's not an expression you give to a 6-year-old, uncle. I'll show you. I give a nervous nod as I form the hand signs. Divine dogs. I mutter. Liquid shadows move as they form the now familiar figures of the pair of twin wolves. They are in front of me and my uncle. I take a look at my uncle's face, and he seems frozen, his jaw trying its best to reach the floor, with his eyes being completely wide in shock. A moment of awkward and apprehensive silence passes. Slap. He slaps himself as he seems to have composed himself. This. How long have you been able to do this? He asks with an unreadable expression and tone. The only emotion that he is letting through is his disbelief. I came prepared with an answer to this at least. Around 2 days. I tried it out today in the forest when I went out. I nod and lie as best as I can. My fear of his reaction is quite evident in my tone. Sigh. At my words, he leans back into his chair and lets out an agonized sigh. How troublesome. He complains a bit, hand on his face. It seems he created them from shadows. He says in a whisper as he narrows his eyes sharply at the dogs and subsequently, me, making me wince. Which he notices. It's all right, Akira, there's no need to be afraid of me. I won't reject you or treat you any differently because you seem to have formed a new Kekkei Genkai from our Clansian release, he explains, sounding more astounded at the meaning and weight of his words the more he speaks. Okay. So far so good. My nerves were a bit pacified by him, calming me down. But then, a suffocating silence envelops the room, as Uncle seems to be contemplating something. A minute passes. The second one passes. The third one passes, and I dismiss my divine wolves, chakra running low once again. As the 4th minute is about to pass, Uncle sits up straight to look me dead in the eye. What a headache. You'll be getting the training you've asked for. Especially now that you have an unknown Kekkei Genkai. We'll need to learn about it. Keep it a secret for now. Don't tell Yoshino or Shikamaru, unless you really want to. I'd recommend against it in the meantime. I'll be working on setting up a proper safety net for you. He tells me in an exhausted tone. However, his words contrast with his exhausted tone, as he is making an active effort to help me. And that really makes me happy. Uncle, will you have to reveal my Kekkei Genkai to other people? Like the Hokage? I ask in genuine and rather treasonous concern. Normally, to the clan elders. The Hokage has no word in the doing of clans and their secret techniques. Kekkei Genkai or otherwise, there's no need to worry about you on that front. I'll take care of it. He throws me a reassuring nod and smile. Just as I suspected, the clan elders will know about it. Well, there's no going back now. I just hope I won't regret this decision later on. Okay. Thanks, Uncle, I really appreciate it. I'll tell Shikamaru about it, at least. I immediately acted against his recommendations as I expressed my heartfelt and genuine appreciation. I'll have to buy him a gift. Sigh. You can't quite stop being troublesome, can you? He complains once again. Well, what can I do? I am who I am. I say sagely. Move along, brat. I've had enough of you for today. You've given me much more of a headache than this entire stack of paper could ever be. He says with faux rage, a teasing smirk on his face. Okay. Goodbye. Thanks again. I nod and wave my goodbye, moving out of the room. A brand new Kekkei Genkai. Hey? How absurd. I managed to hear this one last bewildered sentence from his mouth as I made my exit from the room. Something tells me his bewilderment will continue until the dawn of tomorrow. Ha! What a relief. It feels like a weight has been dropped from my shoulders. I say in genuine happiness. Uncle's reaction went really well. Don't know why I expected it to go really badly. Welp, time to go tell Shikamaru. I made my way to awaken the sloth from his slumber to give him a similar revelation regarding myself as his father just got. Though, I'm sure his reaction would be much more boring. And truthfully, that's a good thing. Story start. Noon time. A day following the entrance ceremony. At the academy. Third-person POV. The classroom bustled with young students, their hushed voices filling the air. Sunlight streamed through windows, illuminating rows of desks facing the teacher's podium. The chalkboard displayed a math problem involving kunai and shinobi. Tucked away at the back, a trio of students strategically chose their vantage point, cleverly evading their instructor's watchful eye. Why this concerted effort to steer clear of his gaze? The first, a slightly plump boy, indulged in greasy snacks that were far from being classroom approved. The second, a pineapple-haired boy, was sound asleep, an activity that class rules frowned upon as well. And then there's the third, a brewing realization evident in his distant and listless gaze, revealing his not-too-swell mood in regard to this class. But our focus centers on the third. Once again, this is Akira, our lovely protagonist. Akira POV. And so, if you take out 3 enemy shinobi out of 5, with 1 kunai out of 4, how many kunai do you have left? In addition, how many shinobi would you have left to deal with? Asked Suzuki Aroki, our Chunin homeroom teacher as well as math extraordinaire. Sigh. I sigh as I lower my head to commit myself to fully ignoring this first-grade math lesson. Also, wisely ignoring the less than savory examples our teacher uses in order to teach the aforementioned math. One of the few lessons I have the privilege of ignoring without much afterthought. Since, well, math really isn't a problem. I'm a reincarnated high schooler. This is easy stuff, really. The rest of the curriculum, however, is much more engaging and important. There is not a lesson that I can really skip through besides math and shinobi literature. To my dismay, I was planning on relaxing at least for a good portion of the lessons here. I knew this academy would be practical for the most part. But to this degree. Geography? Important. History? Important. Shinobi tactics? Really important. Chakra theory? Really important. PE? Extremely important. Although that's after lunch, I still have to experience that one to give an honest review. On a more morbid topic, it's really obscene, isn't it? Every single lesson, even when it's not strictly shinobi tactics, has a poorly veiled, or even transparent in some cases, conditioning in it. Much like in the math question Sensei just posed. Everything is at least semi-related to the murder of my fellow man. It might be my past and reincarnated self talking here. But it really makes me want to leave the academy, never to return. I might be exaggerating, but it paints a truly horrifying picture when these 6-year-old children gleefully answer homicidal math questions, among other things. Innocent in their demeanor, as if it is only natural to respond to these questions with a positive attitude. I thought I had gotten used to this world and made peace with my future occupation, out of necessity really. Apparently not. This is still hard to digest, to be frank with you. I guess my jokes about this really caught up to me. If I were to express this to Shikamaru, he'd probably tell me to suck it up. Speaking of, the sloth seems to have fallen asleep. How in character. Noro Shikamaru. Sensei called out in clear irritation. Oh, just his luck. But, though he's sitting right next to me, I better make a show of being awake. I think as I raise my head from the table. Ugh, what? Shikamaru groggily responded, having actually fallen asleep. Sigh, it's one thing to be late on the first day. It is another when you fall asleep on the same day as well. Answer the question. Also, detention after classes. Suzuki-sensei said, kindly, what was the question? Shikamaru genuinely asked in his groggy tone. Giggle. There was a collective giggling and laughing across the room while observing Shikamaru's natural reaction. The dude is effortlessly funny. Being completely nonchalant at this age is a superpower. Can't say I'm envious of him, since I've got an exclusive superpower of my own. A loud facepalm echoed from Suzuki-sensei, having given up on getting Shikamaru to answer. Anyone else would like to answer the question? He asked with a visible trace of irritation. Patience is a virtue. No? He's quite the incompetent instructor if this was enough to shake him. Good grief. He's the homeroom teacher in a class filled with 6-year-olds. And Naruto. On the topic of Naruto, here's an interesting side observation. The kid is quiet, with the occasional temper tantrums at unpleasant things that usually come his way. Surprising, isn't it? Doesn't really align with my image of him from my memories. I'm assuming here he hasn't yet come across the revelation that people would stop ignoring him if he becomes a clear and obvious nuisance. Not a satisfactory revelation, but it's what worked for the kid in the anime. People for sure couldn't ignore that obnoxious brat. And the spray painting of the Hokage faces. I'll admit, it's an outstanding move. Anyway, it's interesting to observe such a clear difference from afar. Really, having to resort to such methods so people don't ignore you and attempt to invalidate your existence as well as your importance. Now my mood's ruined. I'll steer the topic away from that can of worms. For my mental health's sake. Me, sensei. A cheery voice called out. I take a look to the side and see Sakura raising her hand up high as if she's trying to reach the sky. Yes, Haruno-san. He nods at her. I would have 3 kunai left. And 2 enemy shinobi left to dispatch. She answered in smug confidence. Damn dispatch, if I didn't know better, I'd steer clear of that girl. Correct. Well done, Haruno-san. Suzuki-sensei praised her. Giving her a proud smile. Sakura was practically glowing at the praise. Which made me ponder. Maybe if I were not reincarnated and susceptible to praise, a compliment for solving a first-grade problem would also prove rewarding. That seems like an elementary conclusion. On that note, it's weird how hungry for praise some of these kids are. Sakura being a prime example of my point. Bad parenting or something. Sigh. Never mind that. Just a few more minutes of this torture, and we'll be free for lunch break. Time skip. The bell having rung to signify the end of the lesson and the beginning of lunch break, I began to pack my things into my backpack that I would definitely not use in a heartbeat were my Kekkei Genkai not considered a dangerous secret. On the topic of my 10 shadows, Uncle told me that my training would begin in a month. He'll be busy with setting up a safety net, as he terms it for me, and his regular job as Jonin commander. Truthfully, I have no idea what a safety net could entail and why I really need it. I'm aware of the risks involved in my secret being released. Rumors would spread from the clan elders. It'll reach the hearts of outsiders to the village and rogue shinobi, and perhaps a bounty will be placed on my head, etc. There really is no end to the options here. But I didn't believe the risk that would come from inside the village would be as great as Uncle was making it out to be. He's making it sound as if the village itself would devour me whole like a pack of wolves were my power to be revealed. I might have underestimated just how bad this could be. Aren't we a nationalistic village? Like what? Telling me to keep the power hidden as much as I possibly can. Really, how bad could it be? Telling me not to worry and leave it to him. It makes sense that he won't let me handle the pressure since I'm only 6. But come on. A little elaboration would suffice. What's with the complicated face? Is it related to that? Shikamaru calls out to me. a slight knowing glint in his eye. Ah, sort of. I'm just worried why Uncle would be so insistent on me keeping this a secret. I know it should be kept a secret, obviously, but the way he repeated it in the morning, it's as if it'd end really badly if it were to get out. And I suspect from Uncle's words that the problem would come from inside the village in that case. I shake my head, expressing my worries to my cousin. Troublesome, I'd say. Let Dad handle it. He knows what's best, I'm sure. Just keep quiet about it for now. I'll do so as well, he responds with a reassuring nod. Guess you're right. Thanks. I give a reluctant and grateful nod. Not rid of anxiety just yet. Come on, Choji's waiting for us at the door for lunch. He pats my shoulder encouragingly as he leads the way towards Choji, who's patiently waiting for us. Right, I mutter. Guess I'll do what I do best. Ignore the anxiety. Scene break. Finding an ideal spot to have lunch and relax has always been a specialty of Shikamaru. Only followed by me, of course. It's a skill I aim to master one of these days. In Shikamaru's case, it really comes naturally. It's as if he has a built-in radar for these things. It's overpowered. On that note, he found us a neat little spot under the shade of the tree at just the right distance away from the playground of the academy, also conveniently empty of any outside nuisances or interference. Yes, we love sitting under the shades of trees. It's convenient. And they are everywhere. The summer here is also relentless. The three of us, Choji, Shikamaru and I, sit down, take out our lunchboxes and promptly begin to eat. Munch. So what do you think about the academy? Munch. Crunch. Choji asked in between bites. Gulp. Except for the boring recitation of the Will of Fire right when we start the day. It's been practical, honestly. The chakra theory lesson and trying to stick a leaf on my forehead were fascinating. Math's a bit useless in my case. Though I'm excited for PE. Munch. Gulp. I respond with my honest opinion, leaving out my apprehension towards the thinly veiled homicide conditioning coupled with subtle indoctrination. HMPH. Of course. You are. Crunch. Shikamaru snorts as he takes a bite out of his fried shrimp. What about you, Shikamaru? What do you think about the academy? Gulp. Choji asks, eager to hear Shikamaru's response. Gulp. It's troublesome but tolerable. He answers simply. An astute response, Lord Noro. I nod my head as I mock his lackluster response. Chuckle. Choji chuckles at my mocking. I am a funny lad, aren't I? Sigh. Wake me up when the bell rings. Okay. Shikamaru mutters with a sigh as he lets down his half-eaten lunchbox and lies down on the grass, closing his eyes. No. Troublesome. He mutters as he remains unmoving, ignoring my refusal. The nerve. I'll wake you up, Shikamaru. Choji says good-naturedly. No. Don't help him. I respond in bewilderment. It is PE. I won't bore you with the specifics, but I did amazingly. I was paired with 4 other kids. Sasukacha, His Majesty, was among them. To Duck Hair's dismay, I won by a landslide. Obviously, I got first place and he got second. When I stopped to take a look at him, the little bugger dared to glare at me as he completed his final loop. I responded accordingly, maturely, responsibly, kindly, graciously, and sportsmanly. Heh. I gave him a degrading smirk. The following glare was so piercing and scary for a 6-year-old that I believed he awakened the Sharingan then and there. You might be asking, Akira, why are you antagonizing him? Because I can. And it's funny. I need to have fun, don't I? Don't bother Sasuke-kun. A fangirl said protectively. Teach. Sasuke clicks his tongue as he makes a swift exit back to where all the kids who finished the running are, not interested in being part of what is about to occur. Good instincts. Yes, he has fangirls this early, even before his doom and glum attitude form. It's most likely because of his performance in the initiation coupled with his ucha looks and aura. I think. It's fascinating how smitten they are with Sasuke at only 1 day in the academy. Not to mention how they are only 6, with no idea what the word romance even means. Ahem. I switched my target from Sasuke to the fangirl, who turned out to be Sakura. Oh, the easiest one to take out? Heh. I gave her the same degrading smirk I gave to Sasuke. What are you smiling about? She roars out angrily. Ah, I haven't forgotten your weakness. Pinky. What? Stop. I don't have a big forehead. Inu. She roared out upon seeing where my eyes were directed. At her large forehead. Proceeding to burst out crying at my insinuation. Bullying much? Sadistic much? All very true. Will I perhaps regret this decision? Yes, very soon actually, if you heard what she just cried out. No. I mumbled as she mercilessly, without an ounce of hesitation, pulled the Aino card. Sakura? What is it? A concerned Aino bolted towards her friend, hugging her to calm her down. Sniff. He smiled at me and looked at my forehead. He was making fun of it. Sniff Wara, she sniffled out. An accusing finger pointed at me. I was on the opposing end of Aino's glare at that. Akira. This is a simple misunderstanding. I am simply helping her work on her extremely obvious insecurity regarding her comically large forehead. And by making fun of her for it, I am building an intricate system of defense that can only be created by her own forced adaptation so she doesn't continue to get hurt by my words and insinuations. I remarked professionally. What? That's just called bullying, Akira. She at first was confused, only to realize what I just said and burst into speed and run at me like a hungry lioness. I'm sorry, young miss, I can only tame Shikigami. Lionesses are not on that list. I think in cruel amusement before I am left to be mauled by the angry blonde. Only to be thankfully stopped as Sensei stopped her, grabbing her by her shirt, fittingly lifting her up like she's some feral cat. Settle down, kids. No fighting. Keep that spirit of yours for the sparring we'll be having soon. He said heroically as he let down the now more composed Aino. Oh, thank God for small mercies. I'll deal with you later, Akira. The blonde banshee threatened, not so subtly, as she took the crying Sakura with her back to where the rest of the kids were. I reluctantly had to follow them, as I had already completed the running part. I only made sure to keep a safe distance away from the dangerous Yamanoka. The training grounds hummed with anticipation as we awaited the commencement of the sparring segment of our PE lesson. The sun's warm embrace bathed the area in a comforting glow, and the air was charged with a mix of excitement and determination. Choji, this time. You have to hit your opponent, okay? Getting hurt is natural. You don't have to hold back in fear of hurting someone. It's the only way both you and your opponent can learn and grow. I encouraged the nervous boy beside me. I'll try. He responded, his uncertainty evident in his voice. Our usual first-year PE lesson seems to have a rotational way of teaching. It's always running, followed by the sparring or kunai training. It seems a touch lenient, but I suppose this is designed to ease everyone, especially civilian children, into the way of the shinobi. Just a theory, though. Anyways, for our first PE, it's sparring. Choji, if you don't want to hit anyone, just forfeit like I do, Shikamaru commented tiredly and empathetically. Shikamaru. You're not helping. You'll infect him with your Shikamaru-ness. I deadpanned at the lazy idiot. Haha, thanks guys. I'll try to fight. Choji laughed as he gave us a determined nod. Great. Do your best. I give him a thumbs up. Shikamaru shrugs at that, giving a small smile to show he's a little proud of Choji. Noro Shikamaru. Akimichi Choji. Come up to the circle. Sensei announces to our surprise. Oh. There goes that determination. Before we could express our surprise in any way, shape or form, Shikamaru beat us to the punch. I forfeit, he announces before he can even get up. Do you want more detention, Noro-san? Sensei asks simply. Troublesome. Shikamaru clicked his tongue as he dragged himself towards the circle. Choji reluctantly follows him. Ah, how unlucky. Good luck, you two. I cheer for them, though I'm 100% sure I know how this will go. Begin. Sensei's call set Shikamaru charging at Choji, appearing carefree. In a panic, Choji threw a mediocre, weak punch that even a toddler could evade. Surprisingly, Shikamaru took the punch square on his jaw. He practically flew back from the punch, landing on the ground with theatrical flair, as if he propelled himself along the punch trajectory to make it appear more impactful. And that's exactly what happened. I surrender, Sensei. He feigned defeat, his small smirk giving him away. Sensei's face displayed perfect neutrality. Winner. Akimichi Choji. Don't forget the reconciliation seal. His tone hinted at his internal struggle. They did as they were told and made their way back to sit next to me, smiling at each other. Poor Suzuki-sensei. At least he now knows who he's dealing with and who to avoid in the near future. Among the children, most could see it was a staged spar. Choji's punch lacked the true power it seemed to have. But 2 kids thought otherwise. That was awesome. A blonde with whisker marks exclaimed enthusiastically. Now that's some Akimichi power. An Inuzuka boy chimed in, matching the enthusiasm. Now I know they're 6 years old, but their IQ cannot be above 2 digits. Right now, I'm sure of it. I shook my head at the thought as suddenly I heard my name being called out. Noro Akira. Ucha Sasuke. Come up to the circle. Sensei gave a bone-chilling announcement. Oh, damn. I looked to my side, scanning the crowd of children for Sasuke, only to see him standing up and gazing at me with determination and a touch of fury at my previous teasing of him. Oh, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. We meet once again. I said out loud in cruel humor. What? Did you make him mad or something? Shikamaru stated more than was asked, already knowing me far too well to suspect I've probably done exactly that. I might have. I respond with a cracked smile as I stand up and begin to make my way there. Good luck, Akira. Choji wishes me good luck you could do what I did. Shikamaru advises sagely, as his voice already echoes out at the distance I've walked away from him. And how would I get stronger if I'm terrified of fighting a kid? I grumble to myself. Time skip. I arrive at one half of the circle, with Ucha Sasuke in front of me. His demeanor seems calm and composed, though the anger in his eyes says otherwise. As I was analyzing his body language, the kid got into a damned stance. Why did I expect anything else? Really? Another match of untrained kid, reincarnated, vs trained kid, only this time. The title is just a tad different. Untrained kid, reincarnated, also clueless, vs trained kid, supposedly, the rival of the anime's protagonist. A slight difference that most likely corresponds to just how crapped I really am. Okay. Let's do this. Inhale. Exhale. Begin. Suzuki-sensei announces and I jump into motion. I arrive in front of Sasuke quickly, though he seems undeterred at my swift approach. I test the waters by throwing a kick to his head. A resound slam is heard as he blocks it with his elbow. I backed off, creating some distance, and I took a moment to gauge his reaction. His calm demeanor didn't waver. However, by the slightly pained look on his face, he definitely felt that blow. What has worked once might as well work twice. Did that weak kick really hurt you? The mighty Ucha Heihe. I taunted only to be interrupted when he suddenly took the initiative. In a split second, he shifted into an assault, his speed and agility taking me by surprise. Panic tinged my thoughts as I hastily threw a punch in response, only for Sasuke to effortlessly evade it. Before I could recover from my failed attack, his leg swept out in a low kick, connecting with my own leg and sending me crashing to the ground. The impact knocked the wind out of me, leaving me momentarily stunned. As I lay there, slightly disoriented, I watched as Sasuke's fist descended, stopping just short of my face. The fight had come to a swift and decisive end. Stop. Winner. Ucha Sasuke. Sensei announced, but I was too delirious to register it. For a moment, time seemed to hang in the air, the weight of the situation sinking in. I had been outmaneuvered and defeated by Sasuke's superior skill. A 6-year-old superior skill. A crushing and swift defeat. I lost. To a child. My teeth were gritted to an unhealthy degree. I knew very well I'd probably lose. I know I am lacking in skills. Last time, it was a close call against the regular Ucha kid. Against the more expertly trained Ucha heir, he'd destroy me. I had told myself that before this fight. Don't get mad over losing to some kid. And yet, this loss hurts. This embarrassment is agonizing. Nora-san, I ask that you hurry up and form the seal of reconciliation. We'd like to get a move on to the next pair, Sensei ordered impatiently, unaware of the internal conflict in me. Ah, right, sorry. I say absent-mindedly, still focused on my embarrassing defeat. I got up mechanically and formed the seal of reconciliation. But not before seeing Sasuke's victorious and smug smirk. And that. It grated on my nerves. A deep, more sinister, and vengeful side in me prayed that Jutsu was allowed here. I'd like to see him keep that smirk on his face when... Nora-san, are you alright? Do you need to see the nurse? Sensei asked in genuine concern, seeing my seething expression, cutting me out of my darker thoughts. I'm fantastic, Sensei. I give him the fakest smile known to man as I drag my feet towards my friends. My mind fogged in emotion, as I barely registered standing near Choji. Akira? It's okay to lose. You know. Didn't you say that losing is natural? Once. Choji tried to encourage me, reminding me of my own words. But it fell on deaf ears. I was ignoring him, sulking in my own thoughts. Don't bother. He's a sore loser, that guy. Shikamaru pointed half-heartedly at me, knowing full well I was not going to give him any snarky comeback in my current mood. As I was stewing in my own thoughts, the spars continued. Time skip. Great work. Kids. Lessons are over for today. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe. Suzuki-sensei announced with a mix of enthusiasm and relief as he finished registering the results in his own notebook, proceeding to dismiss us for the day. At his words, I quickly stood up and exited the academy, with a nervous Choji trailing behind and a visibly annoyed Shikamaru. Shikamaru's evasiveness became particularly noticeable as he cast a furtive glance at Sensei. Where are you headed, Akira? Choji asked nervously to train. I responded with impatience and finality. With that. Shikamaru leaned in close to whisper yeah, among other things, I answered simply. Then I'm coming with you. He nodded. Do what you want. We exit the gates to the academy, arriving at the main street it is located on, a street that can lead nearly anywhere in the village from its intersecting paths. See, can I join as well? Choji asked shyly. Sorry, Choji, this is a little private. You'd be able to join if this wasn't clan-related training. Shikamaru answered for me, his tone genuinely apologetic. Okay, it's alright. I'll be going home then. Good luck. Choji, the gentle soul, accepted it quickly and didn't take the rejection to heart whatsoever. At his words, he separated from us as he went in the other direction, towards the Akimichi compound. Or maybe the supermarket, his mentioned being low on chips. I continued to head in the direction of the Noro forest, followed by a tactful Shikamaru who thankfully noticed I was not interested in conversation right now, keeping the silence between us. Having arrived in the Noro forest, we made our way towards the spot where I initially tested my 10 shadows technique, opting that would be the ideal spot for me in my continued experimenting and training. Before I begin, though, say, why did you follow me here? I asked, now a little calmer. Now you remember to ask me that. He raises an eyebrow. Answer the question. I point a finger at my irritating cousin. Troublesome. First, so you don't do something stupid. This ability of yours needs to be kept a secret, and I'm here in case you actually do something stupid. Second, I'm curious to see your ability. Shikamaru replied tiredly, holding up 2 fingers. Curious, aren't we? I smirk at him, my mood now elevated. Look who's back to normal. Shikamaru mocked, clapping his hands. Sigh. I'm still mad about that embarrassing loss, but I can't really do anything about it. I just need to fuel my rage into something productive is all. I respond tiredly, I know you're not good with losing, but that reaction was a bit exaggerated, even for you. Why? Shikamaru narrowed his eyes at me, A sharp look for a 6-year-old kid. A fine question. However, I can't really be going and telling him I'm embarrassed that I lost to a kid aged 6 when I'm mentally in my 20s by now. I take pride in my mental age advantage. Losing that badly just isn't logical to me. My reincarnation is a secret going to the grave with me. I overestimated myself, and such a crushing loss made me feel angry. That's it. I respond with a half-truth to stop Shikamaru's digging. If you say so. He reluctantly accepts it, knowing I won't respond with anything better than that. Ahem. On a better note, your curiosity is about to be sated. I announce cheerily, changing the subject to something more exciting and important. First, catch this. I casually take out a notebook from my own shadow, bending over and sinking my hand into my shadow, causing Shikamaru's eyes to boggle for a moment, his composure lost at the sudden and casual example of something definitely unusual. I throw it at him, though, and in his stupefied state, he gets hit in the head. Ouch. I told you to catch it. I grumble I was a bit preoccupied in digesting what you just did. He deadpans as he lowers himself to grab the notebook. His eyebrow raises at the strange title. Akira's Secret Shadow Power Notes. He reads out mechanically, proceeding to look at me judgmentally. What? I'm not really good at naming things, and this is self-explanatory. If you've decided to bother me, you might as well make yourself useful. I fold my hands. No, I'm just here to watch. If it entails work, I'm out of here. He answers simply, I just can't win, can I? I grumble to myself. Fine, just sit back and watch. However, I will be training as well, so you might as well join me. I say seriously, I guess I can join you for a bit of training. Shikamaru waves his hand as he makes himself comfortable by leaning back into a tree, keeping a close watch on me. It's as if I'm some unruly child, really. It's ironic a kid needs to keep a watchful eye on me so I don't do something stupid, kid genius or not. This world just keeps on spitting disrespect at me, doesn't it? Never mind, on to the more exciting stuff. Divine dogs. I announce as I form the shadowgraphic dog hand sign. At this, a noticeable chunk of my chakra disappears, and liquid shadows move to form the divine dogs themselves. Shikamaru's eyes are wide once again, glowing with wonder at the scene. Though, I have no time to really indulge in his reaction. I'm on a time limit here. Okay, time to test the chakra detection range you guys have. Can you sense Shikamaru? I point at the stupefied pineapple head. They collectively nod at my words. Good. Okay, now I need you to go as far away as you can. Only stop when you can no longer sense Shikamaru. Go opposite directions, each of you. Go. I explain and proceed to order the wolves in order to test their initial capabilities. At my command, they immediately burst into the absurd speed they are capable of, further placing Shikamaru in a state of bewilderment. It's okay, Shika, I'm also quite bewildered at their capabilities. Hopefully, it stays that way for the near and far future. After 10 seconds or so, both of them stop simultaneously as the connection between me and the wolves pings me. A 10-second run distance? That's not really good. Guess I need to measure this out. Shikamaru, help me out here. I need to measure the detection distance. I roar out at the useless sloth. What? He breaks out of his prolonged bewilderment. Come here and help me out. You know, I expected a more composed reaction from you. When I told you yesterday I have a new, never-before-seen Kekkei Genkai, you were nonchalant about it. I repeat as I also point out his inconsistency coming. It's one thing hearing about it, it's another seeing it. What do you need my help for exactly? He collects himself and gets up, confused at what I meant by my request for help. I go towards Shikamaru and plop a stick where he just sat near the tree. So I won't forget, I also grab the notebook beside him, so I'll note it down myself if the sloth refuses to assist me in doing so. The wolves I summon are capable of detecting chakra signatures. I'm measuring just how far they can detect. So I told them to go as far as they can, only to stop when they can no longer detect you. I repeated my experiment to Shikamaru, who was probably too bewildered to process my original order for the wolves. "Ah, I see. So you want my help to measure out the distance of the detection." Shikamaru is quick on the uptake. "Exactly that. Help me out. I don't exactly have a ruler on hand that can measure tens of meters. An extra opinion would also help." I nod. I make my way with Shikamaru in tow towards the first wolf, the black wolf. Time skip. Did I say tens of meters? Try hundreds. After transitioning into a jog, I met the black wolf standing regally there, awaiting my command. Only, I have to wait for Shikamaru to come here, having refused to run or even jog here. The lazy rascal. A good 30 seconds later. "There you are. It drains me of chakra to keep them here. We've got 2 minutes left." I chastise the sloth who's finally in eyesight. He shrugs as he joins me. "It's about 400 meters. He states confidently. "Really? I thought it was more along the 450-meter distance." I gave my own estimation. That's just the distance we traveled, taking into account twists and turns from avoiding the trees and greenery. Don't be stupid, Akira. The correct way to measure the range of their detection is the distance between 2 points in a straight line. He elaborates with his rare sharp-thinking look. Wow, that's Shikamaru for you. I genuinely praise the genius, giving him a thumbs up whatever. He waves it off with his hand. But these wolves of yours, what are they? He asks in genuine curiosity, his eyes transfixed now on the black wolf silently observing us. Let's talk as we make our way towards the white wolf. Just in case, we'll measure out that one as well. I add, before I answer his question, I start jogging towards the white wolf. Follow. I point at the black wolf, who nods. Shikamaru reluctantly joins in since he is curious and hilarious. I honestly don't really know. I instinctually know I can summon them, as well as that they are not the only creatures I can summon, through shadows. I explain truthfully summon, not create. He questions in between breaths as we jog. I don't know which one it is, I'm afraid. I lie easily. That does seem like something that would mutate from our clan's inclination to yin chakra. Shikamaru forms his own conclusion. And who am I to say he is wrong? That's what I was thinking. I agree with him, sending him an encouraging nod. It only makes sense after all. Troublesome. What about the rest of the shadow creatures you can summon? He asks, do I have to defeat them alone in combat in order to tame them? I can't just summon them willy-nilly. I respond seriously, for real. He asks, genuinely confused at the weird requirements. For real. I nod. Time skip. We arrive at where the white wolf is located, with 15 seconds remaining before I get into dangerous territory, chakra-wise. Around 400 meters, as I've said, Shikamaru concludes as we arrive together to meet the white wolf. Okay, before I dismiss you guys, names. I look at both the wolves, respectively. You, Nocturne, or Nock for short. I point at the black wolf. And you, Mirage, or Mir for short. I point at the white wolf. Shut up. My naming sense is pristine. Do you recognize these names? Bark if you do. I asked, my head held high with pride as I gave the command, making Shikamaru stare at me as if I were a strange creature. Arf. They bark loudly, understanding and recognizing their new names. Good. A small test before I go just in case. I say as I make my way towards both wolves. I take out a kunai from my shadow. Akira, why do you have that? Shikamaru has a bead of sweat forming on his face as he takes a nervous step back and asks me in concern. I pointedly ignore him to focus on the last test I plan to do before I have to dismiss them, for my own safety. This'll hurt a little, but this is an important test. Sorry. I take a paw from each wolf and prick a tiny injury on each of their paws. They show absolutely no outward reaction, accepting it as it is. Thank you for your patience. You both did well. I praised them as I affectionately petted and ruffled their fur. Goodbye, see you later. I say as I dismiss them, once again creating the disturbing and repulsive melting they make when unsummoned. As they are dismissed, I turn my head to look at Shikamaru. only to be met by his repulsed look. I gave them names to see if the next time I summon them, they remember. Also, the small injury is to test if they heal when they are unsummoned. If I summon them again, would they still remember me? Would they still have the injury, or would it have healed? I quickly explained to not make myself look like a deranged and sick individual for hurting the wolves. Sure. That's totally why you did it. He didn't seem to believe it for a second, judging by his skeptical expression. Do I look like a sick individual to you? I roar out in exasperation. Yes. He smirks. Damn you. I glare at him. I'm telling Mom. His smirk widens. Double F you. My glare goes up a notch time skip. After that little session of testing, Shikamaru and I trained. Well, I mostly trained. Shikamaru agreed to do a little running and a few push-ups. Calling it a day since we had PE today, and that was more than enough according to him. How would he ever reach the top with that attitude? I ask him. The top's a drag. He responds sagely. Anyway, it was a decent complimentary exercise. Again, I'd love to do some sparring. Unfortunately, Shikamaru is vehemently against it, and there's no convincing that weasel when he makes up his mind. So that's a problem, as well as the fact I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. God, I need that training fast. A month is too long. I just hope it includes sparring and not just focusing on a curriculum around my new Kekkei Genkai. I need to get stronger. I refuse to lose to kids my age like that. That loss was degrading at best, self-esteem destroying at worst. Let's go home, it's getting dark, and also you have kitchen duty, Shikamaru states as he looks at the sky, seeing the sun setting. Grr. Don't remind me. Ha. Yeah, good work today. Let's go. I respond annoyed. I accept his words, and we make our way back home. Oh, that reminds me. Did you really skip detention? I ask in genuine curiosity. He shrugs nonchalantly. Third-person POV. Shikaku has been struggling lately. It really all started with the Ninetales attack. As Jonin commander, he had to deal with a lot of the aftermath of that event. And boy is the aftermath brutal. Thousands dead, forces worn thin, enemies sniffing around at the sight of an opportunity. But that's not all. The Ucha have been restless and relationships have been breaking down between them and other clans, especially civilians, having been delegated to their own section of the village for the purpose of surveillance and then some. Also, there was the death of his sister and the subsequent adoption of her son. Speaking of her son, Akira. He has created a new source of headaches for poor Shikaku. Shikaku was more than happy to adopt him. Don't get him wrong. What he didn't sign up for, however, was dealing with the absurd pop-up of a never-before-seen yin-release Kekkei Genkai. Now, Kekkei Genkai are always a sensitive subject, more so when they are something never before seen, or new in simpler terms. Nevertheless, Shikaku loves his adoptive son and his son's request for training and assistance. He, the father, must do his duty. As such, Shikaku is currently en route to meeting with the clan elders to notify them and get their assistance in protecting as well as training the kid to master his newfound power safely. Assistance is simple, really. Funds, personal guidance, education, and protection. Truthfully, funneling so many resources into one kid would seem out of place. But again, he has a new and unfamiliar ability. This is lenient. Shikaku knows well that the clan elders would do everything in their power to secure this new Kekkei Genkai permanently into the Noro clan. Just like all the old-timers from the First Shinobi War, especially from clans. They are no different in their exaggerated tribalism. Noro clan or not. What would this mean for Akira? If it goes according to Shikaku's estimation, at worst an arranged marriage. But that's not too big of a problem. Shikaku had to take into account the pros and cons of the situation, concluding that for the kid, this is the best option, taking into account all the options and what he gains in turn. An arranged marriage could be easily broken later down the line, upon releasing some dirt on the elders he already has prepared just in case. Who knows? Maybe the kid would like his arranged partner. Shikaku thought to himself with a wry grin again. All the pieces are on the board, comfortably in Shikaku's hands. The only thing I'm relying on is that spreading rumors would be against their best interests while the kid is defenseless. Shikaku thought critically about the only true weakness of his plan. His relying on the assumption that the clan elders would not spread the information about Akira. He knows them well enough to count on that assumption. But then again, not all things go according to plan, do they? Noon time. 3 weeks following the entrance ceremony at the academy. Third-person POV. The academy training grounds buzzed with excitement as a crowd of 6-year-old children whispered and pointed, their eyes fixed on 2 figures standing across from each other. Their sensei, or more accurately, proctor in this case, was about to announce the start of their duel. "Oh, he'll definitely lose this time," exclaimed one girl with enthusiastic anticipation. This is a tough one. I think Akira will win, but clobber him for me, Naruto." A Yamanaka girl, eager for Akira's defeat, cheered with a bloodthirsty edge. "That monster will destroy Akira. My parents told me to stay away from him and never spar with him, no matter what," muttered a concerned boy, casting worried glances toward the spiky brown black-haired kid about to face off against the so-called monster. As you may or may not have guessed, it was a sparring match between Naruto Uzumaki and our protagonist, Akira Noro. Curious about Akira's thoughts in this precarious situation? Akira POV. As my name, coupled with Uzumaki Naruto, was called, a dreadful sensation enveloped me. Making my way there, I decided to cope with it using my thoughts. You know, I always knew this was going to eventually happen. It was never really a question of if. Only when. I did, however, cling to the faint hope of this match only coming much later down the line. I don't know, 3 months? Half a year if I'm lucky? There are like 40 kids in this class and sparring isn't an everyday thing as of now, if you catch my drift. And so far, all my spars were really easy pickings. Civilian children and just 2 shinobi children. Then again, the result was the same. They got outsmarted as well as overpowered by me. Guess sometimes, my reincarnated status has its advantages. Who could have guessed? Anyway, skill was relative in all these fights, so I've had it easy so far, taking all these factors into account. And, not to toot my own horn, but I've gotten much better. Is it beating Sasuke levels of better? I don't know. I'm not planning to try anytime soon. You see, I'm not too keen on getting another piping hot and fresh plate of embarrassment to my ever-increasing collection of them. Though I won't lie, I really want to taste victory against that smug kid. Contradictory much? Indeed. But I'm the type who prefers overwhelming victories to close calls or hard-won battles. And now, I'm against freaking Uzumaki Naruto. There are really 2 problems with this. First, I might lose. Then again, I do believe there is absolutely no way in this shinobi-infested world for me to lose to this kid and his primitive style of fighting. Following my bad embarrassment at the hands of Duck Hair, I began to analyze and watch all the spars with a close eye. And what I've managed to conclude is, a large majority of the kids here are either fighting like a brute, an amateur, or a mix of both. It's partially thanks to this that I've been managing to defeat all of my recent opponents. They have no skill or thought in their fighting for the most part. Not like I can brag much, since I'm an amateur myself. I, in contrast, at least try to logically find tactics and tricks in my fights. Perhaps I'm placing too many expectations on these kids? Anyway, Naruto is part of the majority in his fighting style. A mix of brute and amateur. Despite this, though, he has been performing swell, winning all of his matches so far, except against Sasuke team. I empathize with you, Naruto. Sasuke is indeed a team. Our bitter defeat at his hands unifies us beyond blood and family. Ahem. Why is Naruto performing so well in spite of his bad fighting style? It's because he has one of the best physical capabilities in the whole class. Reflexes are perhaps the best out of all of us. But what sets him apart really is his tenacity, stamina, and endurance. The kid just doesn't know when to call it quits. Nor does he so much as flinch at normally painful strikes that would make a normal person like me recoil and take a knee for a breather. Really, it's frightening. Noro Akira, Uzumaki Naruto, are you ready? Suzuki-sensei's voice broke me out of my discouraging thoughts. Not really, I say honestly, looking at sensei in the hope of getting him to fight someone else. Ah, but Akira. You know very well hope is a foolish concept. Haven't you learned your lesson? Is the cynical thought that rang loud in my head at my sensei's cruel closed-eye smile and subsequent ignoring of my obvious plea? Yeah. I'll beat you and prove I'm the strongest here. Databeo. After you and Shino, it's a soup team. The whiskered blonde declared proudly, pointing at me, then at Shino, and finally at Sasuke. It's as if I'm some mini-boss meant to develop the main character with the way he's talking. Nah, damn this, I'm beating up the kid. I concentrate on tightening up my muscles, ready to burst out in action whenever needed. Mini-boss is about to get you a game over. Cheeky kid. My face contorted into a bloodthirsty and furious grin. Begin. Sensei announces to us and the crowd, signaling the start of the battle. Shikamaru POV. Leaning back on the grass, looking at the wide blue sky filled with clouds, Choji calls out to me. Hey Shikamaru. Akira has a really creepy smile on his face. Do you think he'll beat Naruto? Choji asks me, guess I'll get up to see this at least. I mutter as I straighten myself to take a look at the situation. Akira against Naruto. I mutter thoughtfully. Akira is objectively stronger and faster than Naruto. He's also more careful and methodical in his fighting. However, if this goes on for long, Akira could be in trouble. Naruto's stamina and endurance are downright freaky. Tiring Akira out and finally starting to get some hits in could get him a win. Nevertheless, Sensei will call the match if it gets to that point. Alright. The results are obvious. Akira will win. I state matter-of-factly. My eyes narrowed in focus as I observed the upcoming battle. More out of curiosity about how he'll win rather than if he'll win. You think so? Choji repeated, yeah, I'm sure. It'll be interesting to see anyways. I state simply, you guys have been getting stronger and faster these past few weeks, especially Akira. Is it the secret Nora training? Choji's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It's not that really. We've just been doing more physical training in addition to the academy. Akira's been a drag, so I've joined him a couple of times. I respond tiredly, Akira's been working you hard. Choji mentioned sympathetically, knowing the obvious answer already. Yeah, it's been horrible. I shiver as I nod, especially his tests with those shadow wolves of his. At first, it was an interesting experience, seeing a strange power in front of me at the hands of my cousin. And what an interesting power it is. The wolves remembered their name. They also seemed to have not healed the injury he originally gave them. No, it was exactly as he gave it to them. Time does not pass for his unsummoned shadow creatures, we concluded. It's an interesting connection with his shadow storage ability, as whatever he stores there is also unaffected by time. So in reality, it was not a far-fetched result. Training his mental link with the wolves, no result thus far, but his reaction was always funny. Testing the wolves' intelligence with math questions and related subjects. Conclusion. They are nearly at human levels of comprehension. But the real trouble and suffering began when he started collaborating and sparring with them. Of course, I refused to take part in that. So he, with a cruel smile on his face, thought of an ingenious way to get me to train as well as to test his wolves' capabilities and coordination. Telling them to attack me in order to force me into a run was definitely the most troublesome he's been in my entire life. The worst of it was that he told them to consistently be just a little slower than me, so they almost bite my butt when I run, accelerating when needed to close the distance. Thankfully, they were smart enough to at worst give me a scratch, accidental as it was. This happened 2 weeks ago. Haven't joined him in his experiments for a week after that. Initially, I suspected he might have done it to prevent me from prying into his experiments, rather than as an extreme way to get me to train with him. I was surprised when he casually asked me why I hadn't joined him again for experiments in a while. I told him the truth, and he apologized quickly, saying he only did it to force me to train and it was all a silly joke. Seems I was overthinking it all along. Then again, I knew he was sadistic. But all that just for some silly joke and training? Troublesome. My cousin is troublesome. And deep down, I hoped Naruto would clobber him in my name. One of the rare instances I know, and I seem to agree on something. Akira POV. As Sensei signaled the match's commencement, the blonde menace lived up to expectations with his charging assault. Naruto yells as he runs at me in his brutish style, his fist held high. It's an impressive speed to be sure, but I've been training with my divine dogs whenever my chakra permitted. This speed isn't anything close to what they have been going at. I maintained my composure, calibrating myself for the impending telegraphed strike. Swoosh! His hand flies by my face as I weave my body to his right. As his body was still moving along the direction of his punch, it was easy to hit him with a counterattack. With precision, I unleashed a punch from my left hand, landing a solid blow to his gut, eliciting a pained gasp from him. Without hesitation, I followed through with a swift kick aimed at his head. Unsurprisingly, Naruto demonstrated remarkable agility, promptly recovering from the prior punch and retracting, creating a brief but calculated distance between us. Much better than previous opponents. They usually go down with 1 or 2 hits, let alone dodge my follow-up strike. His pain tolerance still disturbs me. That's an absurd recovery for a kid. Damn you. He growls at me. Knowing him, this will definitely work. Call me a one-trick pony, but if it works, it works. What? Did my little punch sting? Weak little Naruto. What did you say again? I'll prove I'm the strongest. Was it? I taunted with a smirk, further chipping away at his confidence. Grr. Akira team. He yells out in rage, his teeth gritting, bursting into motion against his better judgment. It seems I've been upgraded to team status in Naruto's eyes. Or is it a downgrade? Once again, he charged at me, repeating the same move as before. Have you not learned your lesson? I grumble in mild disappointment. This time, I resolve to end it. He throws the same damn punch at my face. This time though, I duck and knee him in the face as hard as I can. Gah! He yells out as he practically flies in the air, landing on the ground with a resounding thud. I just hoped this was enough to take him down. I won't lose. He says as he spits out blood from his mouth along with a tooth. In hindsight, I might have hit him a bit too hard. On that note, why is he getting up? Oi, sensei. I know you hate this kid for unjust reasons, but could you please call the match? This is just cruel. I wish I could say that with a straight face. Instead, I implored. Suzuki-sensei, he has no chance of winning. It's obvious. I don't want to hurt him any further. Please call the match or I'll forfeit. I call out to Sensei pleadingly. He looks at me and Naruto in contemplation. Sigh, fine. Winner. Noro Akira. He announces reluctantly. The dude really wanted Naruto to get messed up. What? Why did you stop the match, stupid sensei? I could still fight. Naruto roars out in furious indignation. Seemingly undeterred by my literal knee to the face. Silence, Uzumaki. Any further and you would have been seriously hurt. The match was won by Akira fair and square. Suzuki-sensei chastised Naruto seriously, a hint of disdain in his tone. Naruto, unjustly disdained, fell silent. He rose from the sparring circle with a sad and pained frown, showing no intention of forming the sign of reconciliation. Not that I can blame him. Poor kid. Though he deserves the loss for irritating me. Honestly, the spar with Naruto was not as hard one as I thought it would be. He has higher specs than the previous kids I've fought, barring Sasuke, no doubt about that. Skill and battle IQ though. He's got a lot to work on. Although, if I hadn't told Sensei to call the match, could he have won? Maybe utilized his monstrous stamina and endurance to exhaust me and ultimately finish me off. Taking into account how he was pretty much tanking my hits like a champ. That's a possibility. Whoa, scary. Really scary. Hypothetical and frightening thoughts aside. On the topic of the kids' lack of martial skill, repeating the same move when it didn't work seems to be a curse on these kids, I swear. Hopefully, next semester when we learn the Konoha standard taijutsu, this problem will be gone. Yes, we will be receiving in 5 months or so, proper guidance in taijutsu basics. Big hype. However, by the time that happens, I'll be having my promised training that will definitely have taijutsu in its curriculum. Hopefully. Maybe. Please. As a side note, Choji began hitting others during spars. He's still holding back considerably, but it's an improvement over simply standing there like a pacifist. Wrong world. my good pal. You have enemies here. My cousin, on the other hand, has been getting better physically thanks to my outstanding efforts. He has yet to partake in a spar. Suzuki-sensei seems to have gotten the message and promptly gave up on him after the first time he forced Shikamaru into one. This does make me place some respect on my hopefully future sensei, Iruka, who, if memory serves me right, managed to nag Shikamaru into training and especially sparring. A helping hand would be much appreciated. Suzuki-sensei, I hope you get fired. My rude thoughts are cut off by sensei. Noro-san, you may return to the others. Great work. Sensei sighs as he smiles at me, with not a hint of the disdain he showed to Naruto prior to speaking to me. Thank you, Suzuki-sensei. I bow politely as I turn around and make my way back to the crowd of children. Time skip. Good work, everyone. See you next week. Don't forget to do your homework. Stay sharp and safe during the weekend. Sensei announced with the usual excitement and relief he had when announcing our dismissal for these last few weekends. After their dismissal, the students rushed out of the academy towards the hallway with the intention of leaving as soon as possible. We were no different. Sigh. Time to relax. I sigh as I mirror Sensei's prior emotional state. Anything planned for the weekend, Akira? Choji asked whilst we walked. Nothing major. Tomorrow I'll be going fishing in the Noro River early in the morning. You're welcome to join. I'd appreciate some welcome company. I spy with my little eye. Hope for a more entertaining fishing experience. Shikamaru isn't joining you, right? He stated in good humor. You'd have to either moderately threaten him or bribe him so he would wake up that early. None of which I have the energy to bother doing right now. So what do you say? Join Akira in his wonderful fishing experience. It'll be fun. I attempt to persuade my Akimichi buddy. He's not wrong. Not the fishing part. Waking up in the morning is a drag. Shikamaru shrugged at the comment towards him. Don't dissuade him. I punch my cousin's shoulder at his sabotage attempt. Ouch. He whines monotonously at my punch. Sorry, Akira. We're having a family dinner at Yakiniku Q at lunch. If I join you, it'll only be for a little. Choji responded with an apologetic smile. That's also a spot I've yet to eat at. I've tried the Dango place. It was pretty overrated, not gonna lie, but I'm more of a savory food type of guy, so this could work. It's fine. You don't have to come if you can't. Forcing you to join me all the way deep in the Noro River for only 2 hours is just a pain for you. I shake my head. What about you, Shikamaru? Anything new this weekend? Choji asks, in hopes of Shikamaru answering with something remotely different from what he has responded with the past weekends. Sleep. At least, as much as Mom allows me. He responds sagely. Choji gives him a strange look. Did you really expect anything else? I feel like a broken record here. You know he'll never change, Choji. I deadpan as we continued small talk following my fishing invitation. We found ourselves at the academy gates. However, the moment the three of us are about to leave, I stop as I hear my name called by someone to my right. Noro Akira. A tired and pubescent tone of voice calls out my name. I don't recall being so popular that strangers would casually call for me. It must have been my dazzling performance in sparring as of late. I turn my head to meet my eyes with a tall figure. Well, tall compared to me. A teenager around the ages of 15 to 16, of Noro descent by the looks of it, as well as the obvious clan emblem. He is wearing a tune-in flak jacket to indicate his rank in the village as well. Choji and Shikamaru stop by my side to look at the dude in confusion. Much like myself, yeah? Who is this? I ask politely. Noro Akira at your service. Aichi-sama is calling for you, and I have come to guide you to his whereabouts. He bows professionally, losing his exhausted tone to my dismay. Pardon. I blurt out in surprise. Aichi? Who the hell is Aichi? Remember Akira. Remember. Aichi is the most influential and respected clan elder of the Noro. Shikamaru supplies for me with that nonchalant tone of his. Sasuga Shikamaru-sama. Aichi-sama. Right. Why does he want to talk to me, though? I'm not the heir. I question innocently. I better squeeze out as much as I can and need. Extended family or not, stranger danger. I don't know the specifics. I'm not allowed to know, apparently. He shrugs. Fantastic. What does that tell me? Wait. Could this mean Dad told the elders about my 10 shadows? Is this related to that? I can't think of anything else that is plausible. I have been somewhat under their radar, considering I'm sure as hell not the heir. I throw a questioning look at Shikamaru, who is sporting a contemplative and serious expression. Noticing my gaze, he nods at me. Ah, so it is related. Is it my training? Wait. Does my father know of this? I ask one final question before my skepticism runs out and I commit to following this guy. Shikaku-sama wrote this letter in case you were apprehensive about coming with me. Take a look. He handed me a small and neatly folded letter. Keen foresight as per usual. Uncle. I unfold it to see. Letter start. Dear Akira. Go with them. This is related to your requested training. Make sure you do not speak of your Kekkei Genkai to anyone else but Eiichi. Do not be afraid of him questioning your ability. Answer his questions truthfully. Good luck, Shikaku. Letter end. Straight to the point as always. Uncle? I squint my eyes to take a closer and more critical look at the letter's handwriting. Yeah, there's no doubt. This is Uncle's handwriting. Then again, I'm not familiar with whether there exists a jutsu to fake such a thing. Stop being paranoid. You've been doing swell with hiding your power. There is no way they went that far into tricking me, an unknown. With my thoughts in place and settled, I respond. Okay, I'll follow you, Kira-san, I state simply, folding the letter back and handing it back to Kira. He nods as he gestures for me to follow, prompting me to join him, walking by his side. Sire Shikamaru. Choji. I'll report to you when I'm done. I say this upon noticing Choji's look of worry and uncertainty. Waving them a hopefully temporary goodbye, Shikamaru looked as relaxed as on a Tuesday afternoon. Wow, not a hint of worry about his dear and beloved cousin? Shameless. I really wonder if he'd even flinch were I to just croak one day. Hope that day won't be today. I think in cruel amusement now that I think about it. Kira. Akira. Really original names we Noro seem to have. Following Kira's lead, I found myself at the gates of one of the villas nestled within the Noro compound. According to Kira, this was the residence of Eiichi-sama, and it was at his request that we met here instead of meeting at the Noro Council building. The villa's architecture blended traditional Japanese elements with modern features, a subtle fusion of the past and present, a common blend with the rapid development of technology due to the forming of large villages and times of peace. You know, I'd love to live in such a place as an adult. Something to strive for, I guess. I think as I admire the villa itself. But, let's look at the options. 90% chance of me getting my promised training. 5% chance of me getting bullied by Eiichi. He is an extremely important Noro, so I wouldn't be surprised if his ego stretches into the cosmos. Hope that's not the case. And finally, a 5% chance of, well, let's not dwell on that one. Moving on. As we approached the entrance, Kira signaled for me to enter, and we stepped into the villa. A serene garden stretched before us, adorned with stone lanterns and meticulously pruned bonsai trees, showcasing the Noro clan's reverence for nature. Damn, I knew this guy was well off, but this is beyond being merely loaded. Even by my household standards. Uncle has that Jonin commander salary after all. Must be that pesky compounding interest time and age takes advantage of. Our path led us to a larger building. We walked down a softly lit hallway, the wooden floorboards creaking at our steps. My steps matched Kira's unhurried pace, but anxiety pulsed beneath my calm and humor-apt exterior. Hope this goes well. Finally, we arrived at a modest office door. Kira, wearing a soft smile and a look of reassurance, indicated that Eiichi-sama was waiting for me inside. He whispered, "Don't worry, Akira. What's spoken within these walls stays secret." As Kira turned to leave, I nodded in gratitude. Guess now they can't gang up on me 2-on-1? Akira. Get a grip. Here we go. With a steady breath, I knocked on the door. "You may come in." A relaxed, older voice beckoned me in, and I entered the room. The office was neat and welcoming, exuding an air of understated elegance. Wooden bookshelves adorned the walls, holding scrolls and books that were most likely as old as dust itself. A vintage desk occupied the room's center, bathed in the gentle radiance of a paper lantern. Aichi-sama, an old, white-haired individual of Noro descent, sat behind the desk. His eyes, though weathered, held a sharp glint of intelligence. He looks familiar. He's likely one of the elders I saw back when they congratulated Shikamaru on his 5th birthday. I offered a respectful bow and introduced myself. "Aichi-sama, I'm Akira Noro. You wish to see me?" At least Auntie's forced traditional education has its uses for once in my life. "Indeed. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Akira. As you may have heard of me before, my name is Aichi. A Noro like you." He greets me with a pleasant and easy tone, emphasizing our connection as an extended family. He gestures to me to have a seat at the desk in front of him. I wordlessly make my way and climb onto the seat. This guy survived the last 3 great ninja wars. I have to stay on my toes here. "I've heard from Shikaku that you formed a new Kekkei Genkai. Could you elaborate on that for me?" He cut straight to the point, his tone now drastically different, causing me to widen my eyes in surprise at being caught off guard, expecting the usual conversational pleasantries to be exchanged before he went to the meat of the meeting. He doesn't fool around, does he? Uncle wrote that it's fine. And he knows about my Kekkei Genkai, whereas he should have no feasible way of knowing besides Uncle himself telling him. I guess I have no choice, do I? Got to trust my uncle on this. Lying won't get me anywhere when I'm in this deep. Yes, I do. How much do you know about it? The basics from Shikaku. You can summon creatures from shadows, can you not? He replies simply, proceeding to question me further. I take a moment to consider his words. How much do I tell him? As much as my family knows, I guess, would be fine. Nothing about what the more powerful Shikigami can or can't do. Though mutually assured destruction could give me a crutch in case he tries something funny. But why would he believe me? That I could possibly end both of us at any moment? A veteran like him dying to my sacrificial move? Even I'd laugh at someone claiming that as a 6-year-old were I in his shoes. A foolish move that would reveal a trump card without gaining anything in return. No, I'm keeping my cards close to my chest. Especially that one. With that being settled, I decided to give the man what he asked for. My Kekkei Genkai allows me to. What followed was a brief explanation of my 10 shadows technique, omitting crucial details. Time skip. And doing so allows me to summon them. Is that enough? Phew. I finish up my explanation of the Kekkei Genkai as Aichi listens in with a sharp and silent expression. Yes, that is more than satisfactory, Akira. Let's go to my training ground. I'd like to see it for myself. He announces with a nod, getting up from his chair. He gestures to me to get up as well and follow him. I do so wordlessly. As we walk out of his office and into the hallway, I think to myself, why does he need me to showcase them at a training ground? Maybe he wants to see their capabilities or something. I'll ask just in case. I could just summon the dogs here. Why are we going to the training ground? I ask, curious. No, I am your private tutor from this point onwards. The purpose of this is so I can begin your much requested training as well as observe that Kekkei Genkai of yours. I'd like to see you try and tame one of those shadow creatures. He elaborates kindly, I see. Sounds good. I reply with a nod, though a growing concern prickles at the back of my mind. Great. I'm getting training a week earlier than scheduled. A private tutor at that. These things usually come late and not early, so it's definitely a pleasant surprise. I freeze in my satisfaction and happiness as I realize the implication of the second part of his sentence. Wait a damn second. What do you mean tame one of them? You want me to die, old man? Is there something wrong, Akira? He stops in his walk, turning around to glance at me. Apologies, Aichi-sama. I'm afraid I've misheard, but you want me to tame one of my shadow creatures? I ask with barely restrained panic, my polite mask cracking. Yes. He responds with finality, casually resuming his walk without looking at me, leaving me to glance at him with bewilderment as he widens the distance between us. What is wrong with these people? I scream internally. I also resume my walk as I reluctantly follow the authority figure. You know my prior admiration of Eiichi's villa and my statement of him being damn loaded? I am currently located inside the biggest piece of evidence for that claim. The dude has a large empty underground training ground the size of his damned villa and then some. Now, that's all well and good, but I have more important things to worry about than my new teacher's absurd wealth. Like the fact he is currently sitting on a chair, requesting me to tame a Shikigami. Request denied. You damn senile dear lover. Go spectate some other child battling to the death. Which is, disturbingly, not an uncommon sight. If only I could say that to his face. Eiichi-sama, I'd rather not do this. It's a battle to the death, and I'm still only 6. Can I refuse? I opt to plead and reason with my evil teacher. His eyes narrow as I feel a chill down my spine as he looks at me as if dissecting me. Do not worry, Akira. As you've mentioned, the taming ritual can be invalidated if an outsider interferes. I will be here to intervene if it gets troublesome. He placated. I have no idea of knowing how strong my Shikigami are in comparison to their show's counterparts. The divine wolves are probably around the same strength as in the show, but would that be consistent with the rest of them? The only exorcism ritual there was in the show was Mahoruga's, and that's definitely not happening. I was planning on trying to get a Shikigami when I'm in the last year of the academy, or maybe Genin just to be safe. It is a life or death battle after all. But this soon? I am only 6. I can't do this. My breath quickens as I grow concerned and scared for my life. As I was about to break down and start begging Eiichi to not force me into doing this, he said, "Quit faltering. Are you a coward, boy? You are not fit for the path of the shinobi if this safe procedure causes you to react so." He casually remarks, "It won't work. I know what you're trying to do, old man. You can't convince me to do this." I say in a whisper, which he surprisingly heard, "Is that so? What a waste of talent. Shameful. Do you think Hikari would have been proud of you? The cowardly son that came out of her womb? Logic and combat strategy are some of Noro's namesakes, but cowardice has never and will never be. Hikari is definitely twisting in her grave at your display," he said with disdain and disgust. "What did you say?" I growl. "You've heard me, boy. A coward. A waste of talent. And a shame to his mother." He repeated with a biting tone, "What do you know of MOM?" I lose my composure at the suffocating and painful situation. What do I know, foolish boy? I've known her more than thrice your age, child. She is my niece, much like how your father is my nephew. I've known her from when she was a blubbering mess up to a proud kunoichi. And you are spitting on her legacy by being a failure of a son. He roars out with his stone-cold gaze directed at me. He got what he wanted. Toad. I whisper in muted rage as I form the shadowgraphic hand signs in the shape of a toad. Hem. Eiichi hums as he observes my actions in genuine confusion and curiosity as I do so. Liquid shadows move as they form the shape of a human-sized toad shadow. Whilst Toad is forming, I make my preparations as soon as possible. Divine dogs. I whisper in much the same muted rage. Liquid shadows move as well to form the wolves. I stay behind my wolves as they manage to form but a second after Toad. That second for Toad was enough to launch his fast tongue at me. Faster than what I can deal with. Luckily, Nock managed to block the tongue with his body, causing him to be pushed back by the tongue's kinetic energy. A resounding bam echoed from the blow. Mia! Get him! I ordered in my rage. The wolves mirrored my mental state. Mia growls before he dashes towards the stationary Toad, who has retracted his tongue. At impressive speeds, Mia arrives in front of the Toad as it is about to hop away to create distance. Mia attempts to bite and claw Toad, but Toad hops a distance away, with a surprisingly sudden velocity to his hop. Okay. Calm down. Akira. Don't be mad. You can do this. The Toad is smart. It's also faster than the divine dogs if it gets a jump off. I mumble as I note the jump's power. I glance at Nock to see him standing up, not too damaged by Toad's tongue thrust. It's a support-type Shikigami, so it makes sense. It was a good choice to fight him first. I murmur aloud if that's the case. The divine dogs alone could beat him. Normally. However, the problem is this large training ground. Toad will simply attack at mid-range and hop away at the sight of danger, seeing as he has decent reflexes and calculation. I don't have much time to beat him. I'm on a time limit here with the wolves. They need to corner him. Alright, Mir. Nock, I need you to flank him from both sides at the same time. I have a plan. I order my wolves what to do. I'm useless at this point, but there is one move I can use to cement a win. It'll cost chakra, so it's risky. I at most have one shot at trying this. If Toads are capable of learning from my failure, it might be over. Go! I yell at the wolves, and I dive into the shadows. The wolves sprint towards Toad without hesitation. Toad shoots his tongue at Nock once again. Nock notices this and dodges to the side. However, Toad pivots and twists the tongue towards Mir, swinging it in his direction, hitting Mir to the side. Here goes. Take this, you slimy bastard. I yell, practically shattering my voice, as I sluggishly jump from the shadows beside Toad. Having taken out a kunai from my shadows, I throw a strike toward his eye. But I'm too slow and Toad's reflexes aren't anything to scoff at. Toad notices me and quickly moves his head as he retracts his tongue and swings his absurdly sized head at me. Shit. I block with my arms, but the dude hits like a damn truck. He literally causes me to fly away, a resounding crack coming from my arm's gar. I roar out in pain that is on a level I've yet to feel in this life. With my vision blurred by pain, I mustered every ounce of willpower to issue my final command: finish him, NOC. Me. Toad, engrossed in his battle with me, was caught off guard. Nock seized the opportunity, sinking his powerful jaws into Toad's neck. Toad whimpered in pain as Nock's vice-like grip tightened. A feeling of triumph washed over me as I watched Toad's strength wane. Desperation drove Toad to thrash wildly, but Nock remained tenacious, his powerful jaws refusing to yield. The end was near, and Mir sealed Toad's fate. With a mighty leap, he descended upon Toad, jaws agape. Mercilessly, Mir sunk his fangs into Toad's face, targeting his eyes. Blood erupted in a gruesome spectacle as Toad's eyes burst, bathing the scene in gore. It was over. Toad's body began to melt into shadows, his form dissolving into shadows. Shadows that traveled towards me, who is lying on the ground with his arms most likely broken. I won. Ha. I won. With chakra to spare. Ha ha ha. I cry out. Was it the adrenaline? The ecstasy of a hard-won victory I so loathed? Was the bloodthirstiness and aggression more deeply ingrained in me? Was it the excruciating and unbelievable pain that is only increasing as my adrenaline is slowly wearing off? Were those the reasons I lost my mind here? That I cried and laughed like a madman? I don't know. Well done, Akira. I hear a muffled and slightly proud voice amidst the madness and emotional storm currently in my mind. Steady steps accompany this voice as it approaches closer to me. Your power is something else. Mid-genin level Ninken? A genin level Toad as well? All that at this age? I wonder how much you'd be able to achieve with this if they can be strengthened. He states in muted and yet visible awe. I am too delirious to register any of his words, my mind slowly calming itself down, and the pain starts to take away my attention. Eiichi bends down to reach my injured arms and inspects them, proceeding to touch them to check. Ouch. It hurts. Stop. I yell out at the unprompted grab. Damn, this really hurts. A shame. We won't be doing any taijutsu training today, but I've seen enough. He hums. Seen enough of what? Get yourself treated. Starting next week. Every Thursday and Saturday at 5 p.m. you are to come to my office. I trust you remember its location. He orders stoically as he turns away from me, leaving me to lie on the ground writhing in pain at my broken arms. His steps echo out as he leaves the training grounds, leaving me to glare at his distancing body, with the occasional twitches of pain that I'm grinding my teeth to resist. and all my mind-numbing emotions and adrenaline are dying down. My voice of reason begins to process whatever the hell happened these past 15 minutes from the moment I entered this hole. What the heck was that all about? I growl in pain and bewilderment as I get up and walk slowly towards the exit of this godforsaken training ground. My sights are set on getting treated at the Konoha hospital. I lost complete control is what happened. In my right mind. Without his damned provocation, I wouldn't have risked my life like that and broken my arms. But on the other hand, I would have never gotten towed from this. Am I playing it too safe? Is that what he's trying to say? I have no idea. I'll dwell on it later. I need to get these checked out. I gaze at my arms, immobile due to the excruciating pain that would erupt in a yelp if I tried to move them. I'm really supposed to walk all the way to the hospital with these sorry things? What if I need to open a door on the way there? I could just get Mir or Nock to open it for me. Ha ha, ha.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.